again to update you on the current status regarding the provisional results of the presidential elections that took place yesterday. Now, this session is the fifth we are making since yesterday in releasing the provisional results. Registered voters remain 21,649,067. The total number of polling stations, 50,739. Total number of polling stations from which the results have been received so far are 41,177, constituting 81.15% of the total polling stations. The performance per candidate so far is as follows. Bulira Frank Kabinga, 39,488 votes, representing 0.42 of the valid votes cast for the candidates. Kasivante Robert, 28,080, representing 0.30 of valid votes cast. Kyagulanyi Sentamu Robert, 2,105,921, representing 22.66% of the valid votes cast. Mabirizi Joseph, 18,847, representing 0.20% of the valid votes cast. Mugisha Gregory Muntoyera, 49,259 votes, representing 0.53% of the valid votes cast for the candidates. Munyagwa Mubarak Serunga, 25,480 votes, representing 0.27% of the valid votes cast. Nandala Mafwabi James Nathan, 175,331, representing 1.89% of the valid votes cast. Yoweri Tuhaburwa Kaguta Museveni, 6,851,406, representing 73.72% of the valid votes cast. Total number of valid votes for all candidates, 9,293,812. Invalid votes, 230,897, representing 2.42% of the total votes cast. Total votes altogether, 9,524,709, which is 44.00% of the registered voters. Spoiled votes, 32,760. So that is the position as of now. The next release or update will be tomorrow at 9 a.m. However, we are going again to screen the details of the summary of what I've been reading to you on our screen, so that the members can internalize where we are deriving these summaries or these figures from.
There you have it with Justice Simon Byabakama from the National Tally Center talking to us and telling us that President Museveni is indeed still in the lead with over 6,851,406 votes, putting him at a 73.72%. And well, tomorrow before 5 p.m. In the evening, as declared or as told to us, we will be able to know who the next president of the country is going to be. We now move to Mbara, where one of our reporters, Onyango Robert, is going to give us an analysis on the latest updates in regards to what we just heard from Justice Byabakama, along what has been happening with the members of parliament. Who won the woman member of parliament seat there? Who won the member of parliament seat? Good evening, Onyango. I hope you're doing well. We would love to know what's happening.
Good evening, Sharon, and our viewers as well as our listeners. I'm doing fine. I was just going to ask the same questions. Are you okay?
I am very okay.
How is Kampala?
Kampala is sunny, but it's very okay.
Did you vote?
Yes, I did.
Which leader did you cast your vote?
That's why it's a secret ballot. I don't have to tell.
That's exciting. Yes, I know it was through secret ballot, but of course we voted for water, people have voted for good roads, people have voted for a proper education system, fighting against corruption, and there are those who feel it was none of the business. So I thought you were among those who said, I don't care. But it's good and exciting to hear that you voted,
yes.
And we hope your vote has already been counted or it will count.
It did. I think it was counted already, so.
That's good.
Yeah.
Well, Sharon, just to shape for you the momentum in the western parts of the country where I have at least monitored the voting, and probably by chance we have also monitored the campaigns. We want to tell our viewers that indeed it is still a peaceful process. People are eagerly waiting for the final outcome, mainly for the presidential elections, as you might have seen Justice Simon Byabakama giving an update. And whenever such updates are coming up, voters, especially for those particular candidates who are reported to be the lead, especially now when we talk of NRM, they are receiving the results with a lot of excitement. You hear them saying our effort has not gone barren. At least I think at the end of the day, if they scoop victory, they will be the happiest person or voters or citizens, because this is what many have been yearning for. They have gone around mobilizing communities, they have campaigned, they have explained the party manifestos, and indeed it is exciting to hear or to see that they're in the lead. But then to those candidates who are not doing well, of course it comes as a disappointment, but of course the politics we know and the politics we are seeing, the politics we understand, it is supposed to be that way. There will be a winner and a loser. What is very much important in this process now, it is those who have not got this, probably what they expected. It is a matter of accepting, and we move forward as a country.
To just interject, Onyango, we've had some areas like Mukono, Kawempe, and a few others where it has been said that, you know, there was a bit of commotion and some people have been arrested. I remember yesterday during the segment, we were talking about how over 400 citizens, but were causing commotion, were actually arrested. And today I bet they got some more. Did you have that in Bara?
There has been no any other case reported in Imbara or Western Uganda where we have based for the last 48 hours to be having commotion associated to election or results. It has been a very, very quiet day. In cases where you have seen people lining up on the roads and streets, they have been celebrating. We, in the day, saw a few members of parliament within Imbara City, Kiruhura, celebrating the victory. As early as 7:08 a.m., that already received the results of the yesterday's polling. So it has been the situation, and as we went to bed, for those who are in Imbarara, you will also testify to this, that it is business normal. People, those who have chosen to go and work, they are working, bars are open, restaurants are working, public means is operating as usual. So they are all keeping an eye on the TV stations, listening to the radio, since now internet is a bit off. The radio and televisions are now their sources of information. Those who have people in Kampala, probably they'll make one or two calls. So I can confidently say Western Uganda, a few districts have monitored Kasese, the Antonde, Kiruhura, Shema, Mbarara, where we are basing. People are in the beds, they're sleeping. Of course, they will come up, wake up in the morning and switch their TVs on to follow what Byabakama and UPC is giving them. So there's nothing to worry about, Sharon, and our viewers. And this has been the call by many candidates, especially now for us who have moved with the candidate of NRM. The message has been in black and white, let's maintain peace. And I think I can confidently say for Western Uganda, they have hit to that call and they are waiting for the peace. And they are trying to ensure that this place remains as peaceful as it can.
It might be, smiles and happiness in, for example, the NRM camp in regards to the presidential candidates, because President Museveni is seen taking lead. I mean, he already has a 73.72%. Have you seen any other people from other political parties, and what does that look like? Somber mood? Are they excited as well, or they just want to get done with this and keep on going with life? Because, for example, in Uganda, some business, I beg your pardon, in Kampala, we have some businesses that have been paralyzed, shops are closed, and you don't have so many people moving on the streets. And I guess that might change after the declaration of the president tomorrow before 5 p.m. as declared by Justice Simon Byabakama. So what has been the reaction from other camps, according to you?
Yeah, to begin with, the party which is now probably in the lead, that is NRM. Today we had a private meeting with the president, and backdoors we had a very candid discussion on how the election process has moved, where we are today in terms of how people voted and what is the situation today and likely tomorrow. And the president still is celebrating, and he expects, yesterday, remember when we were interacting with him, saying he is expecting a 90% victory. He has changed that. He's looking at now 90 because he is confident his team has worked. Looking at the rate which the level of the results or the numbers of voters who turned up and cast their vote in favor of his party or his candidature, he is even very confident that by the end of tomorrow, when Justice Simon Byabakama takes up the mantle to declare victory, he would be even scoring more than what he had anticipated. But he is taking this on the level of preparations of the NRM. Of course, they have boasted as a party which has the majority. Of course, they are saying, of course, 40 years, there is tangible and evidence, empirical evidence on which voters have based to cast their vote. But away from NRM, of course, this is a game where the loser will never be happy. So many candidates earlier on in the day we are speaking to the camps of ANT. Of course, they're celebrating here and there. They have secured a few good votes, good numbers of voters, but of course they're disappointed. This is not what they think they have worked for the last 3 months. But the cardinal point in all this, it goes back to the level of democracy we are setting up as a country. To come to your question where there's a lot of anticipation, anxiety, momentum we would likely build up, the many voters, instead of taking in the message from their candidates and practically putting it in place, like, what is my candidate going to do to me, or for me, or for my country? Many voters have been misfed with information, like, when we don't win at this polling station, let's rise up and go do this. That's why you see most shops are now closed in Kampala. I've told you earlier on, Mbarara is operating as it is supposed to be. You don't see people working in panic, in a hurry, and anticipation. People are in their business. Police and UPDF or the army, yes, is patrolling the streets of Mbarara, but you don't see even people panicking, like when they see these men and women in uniform. They remain very active on what they are doing, because at the end of the day, life must continue.
Meanwhile, for us, we have some choppers in Kampala, so I don't know if you guys are that privileged yet.
You even call it a privilege? Wow,
I mean, for the people of Mara, who knows? I don't know if they've seen any choppers, but we have some flying and surveilling the whole place. But yes, which we like to acknowledge and say thank you to, because security indeed is tight. It is an intense calm, but at the end of the day, many Ugandans have adhered to the call of Justice Byabakama, to police, asking for people to be peaceful, to be calm. And like you said, there's always a winner and loser, but it's up to you to see what to do about it. If you want, you can take it to the courts of law, because Uganda, we are a very democratic country. We have laws that actually allow for people to go and contest against what they feel like didn't augur well with them. So
yeah, that's very true, and this should be the message. We should all speak in one voice and in one language, that Uganda has been here before us. We shall leave it here today, and our children need this country tomorrow. So in whatever we are doing, we must always put that into consideration. An election is a process which comes and will go, but this country must remain there. So just to give you a brief of what we have gathered within this area, I'll take you to Kasese. The NRM candidate, Honorable Kambale Ferigo, has been declared the winner of the Kasese municipality after garnering 11,899 votes. And this means he has won people. And the major contender in that election was FDC's Honorable Centenary Robert, who polled 5,149 votes. That is an FDC. Robert Musoma of NUP secured 1,013 votes, and the rest is history. So the NRM party is in celebration in Kasese district. Just nearby Mbarara, where I am, is Tungamo district. The returning officer has been very busy throughout the entire day, and by close of business, yes, there is studying still ongoing, but we had already confirmed and declared Honorable Gerard Karuhanga as a member who is now duly elected to represent Ntungamo municipality in the coming term of office of 2026.
Did you get a chance to talk to Honorable Gerard?
Yes, we did try to reach out him. He was busy, but he says this victory has not come from blue, but out of the groundwork. When he lost last time, as we remember, we made recall, he was contesting in that same position, but that time round, he came as a member, a sponsored candidate for the Alliance for National Transformation, ANT, which is headed by General Gregory Mukisha Muntu. But this time around, Karuhanga, at least I think we will say he was calculative. He stood on his own. I mean, he was an independent candidate, and now he's heading to Nile Avenue or Parliamentary Avenue to go and represent the people of Ntungamo municipality. Still in Ntungamo, just Karuhanga, people would be asking how much did he score. He got 3,967 votes, beating the incumbent Yona Musengozi of NRM. This is not good news to the Yellow Camp, who secured 2,824. You can say it was a very tight vote with a very small margin, but of course, at the end of the day, it is now in the hands of an opposition-leaning member of parliament now who is waiting for swearing in. Then instead, in Ntungamo again, the returning officer has already declared the NRM's Beatrice Rwakimari as a winner for Ruhama County after getting 30,813 votes. She has also beat the incumbent Honorable MP Henry Nkwasiwe Zirakutari, who was also an independent after losing out. You all know when he lost the flag in the NRM party, he decided to come up as an independent candidate. But of course, the decision of the voters from the NRM party has exonerated the NRM party after securing victory through the candidates of Beatrice Lwakimari. We shall go to Bushenyi East, Bushenyi seat, Rushenyi has been very famous in the last election for those who followed the elections from this ends of Ntungamu, where the former Minister Attorney General was tussling out with Naomi Kabasharira. This time round now, the incumbent Naomi Kabasharira has also bounced back. That is, after being declared the winner by Charles Wafula, the returning officer for Ntungamu district. Naomi got 23,023 votes, and her closest rival was Herbert Nwamanya, who garnered 21,819 votes. Sharon, that is what we can give our viewers and our listeners as far as the voting for members of parliament in Ntungamu district is concerned. I will end by the updates from Shema district, where the incumbent Dixon Kateshumbwa of NRM has also been declared as the winner of this year's polls after garnering 19,320 votes. Still in Shema, there is the woman member of parliament for Shema district, where Honorable Odwin Katusime Mwebesa of NRM has also been declared as the winner of those polls after trouncing Honorable Jacqueline Atuhaire, who was also contesting as an independent. The bit about this poll of Shema District Woman Member of Parliament, the incumbent Honorable Rosemary Nyachikongoro, after being defeated in the primaries, decided not to contest as an independent. And now, the decision of the voters of NRM in the primaries has been upheld after yesterday's polls, where now the party has secured victory as far as that election is concerned. In Shema South, Professor Ephraim Kamuntu, former minister, has bounced back after defeating his closest rival, Honorable Elijah Mushemeza. We shall end with Shema North, where Honorable Elioda Tumwesije, also a former minister, now in the village for the last 5 years, has also secured victory and will be marching to Parliament to swear in as the duly elected member of Parliament for Shema North. That's what we can share with you. We are trying to catch up and add up what transpired in Mbarara. It is very exciting, and in the coming hours we shall be sharing it with our viewers. And this is what we have always promised as UBC. We will keep you updated. I think you are watching us from your bed, but this is what we have for you so far, Sharon and our viewers.
Thank you so much, Onyango Robert, for the updates of Mbarara, Ntungamu, Shema, and quite a win for the NRM party. People bouncing back, I think, speaks so much to either the mobilization done or the need for leaders that Ugandans are looking for. Well, congratulations to Honorable Gerald Karuhanga, to Dixon Katweshumba, amongst so many others that have emerged as winners in these areas. Onyango, I'll let you go and we'll continue with the 24-hour broadcast on UBC TV.
I'm just here at Igongo sipping my tea, watching you, Sharon, on UBC. A good night to our viewers, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much. That was Onyango Robert giving us an update from Mbarara, and apparently he's sipping his tea, telling us what's happening and how secure the place is, and now people are still calm and ready for accurate and verified results from the National Tally Center as they keep on coming. even if the day-to-day has been closed. Now, in more of what transpired during the day, the Minister for Kampala, Mr. Kabanda, has been declared the winner of Kampala's Central Division parliamentary seat. Hajat Kabanda won by a landslide, having accumulated 22,332 votes, followed by Noobs Lewis Rubongoya, who garnered 18,242 votes. Kabanda has promised to bring light to the NRM manifesto to ensure that Kampala is not left behind. And of course, her win cast the first stone as NRM looks to recapture the Kampala parliamentary seats. Take a look.
Quite a number that were nominated, and thank you for keeping the peace during that time of campaign. This is how the results were scored. I, Asacha Rashid, being the returning officer for Kampala Electoral District, having added the number of votes cast as recorded on each declaration of results form in accordance with Section 77, subsection 1 of the Parliamentary Elections Act, declared that the total number of valid votes cast for candidates are as follows. Agava Muzora, the party is anti, is scored 182. David Ruiz Rubongoya, nope, is scored 18,242. Kabanda Misa Nabengo, NRM, she scored 22. Hello? Hello? She scored 22,332. Karuhanga Rina, independent, scored 124. Kasozi Abduwahab Jema scored 48. Kiwuwa Ronald, independent, scored 122. Kushava Susan, independent, scored 628. Lucy Abraham, independent, is scored 4,973. Ruanga Alan, independent, scored 179. Minawa Farouk, FDC, is scored 143. Muhanji Moses Kapere, independent, is scored 1,981. Nakuya Aida, the party is Democratic Front, she scored 344. Natuherwa Fiona Destiny, independent, she scored 91. Tamale Idiwaswa, independent, scored 58. Walangirira Abdallah, People's Front for Freedom, he scored 94. Sorry, he scored 74. 74. I repeated that one. The total number of valid votes cast for candidates, 49,538. Total number of rejected invalid ballot paper, 1,330. Total number of ballot papers counted, 50,868. The total number of spoiled ballot papers, 418. Are we there? Accordingly, as a returning officer for Kampala Electoral District, and in accordance with Section 77, subsection 1 of the Parliamentary Elections Act, Cap 177, I declare Kabanda Misa Nabengo I declare Kavanda Misa Nabengo, who has obtained the largest number of votes, to be the elected candidate for Kampala Central Division Constituency, Kampala District. We wish you well.
Yes, yagala kusooka kwebaza banna Kampala abataddemu obwesige. Akawute kabadde kangu naye nga nkayiseemu bulungi. Era nebaza Mukama akampisizaamu. Singa simaanyiga Mukama saali kayiseemu. Kampala Central munene. Ekyokuli mbadde nvuganya n'abantu abanene nga Secretary General wa NUP. Mbadde nvuganya n'abantu abalala bangi nnyo nga banene era ng'ebibiina bye babateekamu obwesige. Tubadde 16 ne bannondamu nga nsobodde okuba nga mpangudde Kampala Central Division nga MP waabwe. Era nga nkakasa nti bannakampala ngenda bakola kana akalulusi kange ka bannakampala. Kuno obuwanguzi si bwange bwa bannakampala. Era nsubira nti bannakampala ngenda bakolera bulungi nnyo ngenda bawa service gye bateekeddwa okubeera, ngenda bateesa mu parliament nga ntwala ebirowoozo byabwe mu parliament n'okudda mu community. Ndi munnakampala gye baagala mbimanyi era mmanyi tinja kusobola okubikolako nga bwe beetaaga. Yes.
Yabudde wano ng'agamba akalulu tekabadde ka mazima nabwenkanya era ng'agamba ne bw'oba gwe wangudde akalulu si ka mazima. Okyogerako ki?
Nze sobolaga nti si ka mazima kubanga nayise mu procedure zonna eziteekeddwa okukola. After nomination twatandika campaigns era n'entambula kyalo ku kyalo n'enkola meetings zaabwe ne meetinga different categories of people. Nze ate simulanko ng'ayiseyo olukiiko yadde olumu bwe luti mu kyalo nti alukoze era nga nze mbadde ngamba nti bakalulu agenda kajjawa ne kakoze kano kanene nnyo kubanga mbadde entambula nga bunaku ntambula emyezi ebiri gye baatuwa ngenda kunju nkola rallies ngenda ku meeting different people, abavubuka, abakyala, abasajja, bonna abantu ab'ebigaali, abatembeeyi, bonna nga mbasinkana naye nga yesimulirako ng'agamba ti bannange bano mbasinkanye so nga neebuuza era nze ndowooza nti ekimwesezza akalulu kano ebadde umbrella.
Ekituufu ekikuwanguza akalulu kano naddala nga NRM erudde nga tewangula kifo ng'ekyo kiki kyolowooza ekyennyini?
Obukozi bwange ndi mukyala mukozi kyensooka okwogerako ti ndi mukyala mukozi ate ategeera Kampala mubaddemu era mumanyi, Kampala mukoleddemu era munazaalibwa. Kampala sibadde soose ku bukulembeze buno bwokka, nali mbaddeko wa LC3, nali mbaddeko wa LC1, nali mbaddeko wa LC5, kati kino si kipya kyendimu. Bannakampala bantestingako ne balaba biki bye nsobola okukola. Nze muntu agamba nti si yawula mu bakyala, mu bavubuka ne mu bantu aba bulijjo. Oba okulootya oba wakulootya sifaayo, oba oli wa ddiini kyera sifaayo. So nze nsubira nti bannakampala kwe basse ne baga nti nedda omukyalo nali hard working, nze ndi hands on. Ebigambo nyiza okuba nga sina bingi nnyo naye ng'ate nsobola okuba nga ndi practical. So ensonga lwaki bannakampala bannesimbaga nti katumuwaka ki akalulu kaffe era nga mbeebaza pata abantu bayinza okugaa nti pata NRM tebagyagala. Pata NRM abantu bagyagala era baagala omuntu omukozi. Omukyalo omukozi nga nze singa tebampadde babadde bafiiriddwa obukozi bwange. So nsaba bantu banneesige banteekemu bagambye akalulu si kange, akalulu kaabwe era nsuubira nti kino kyengenda okukola si kyani si kyange kyabwe. Singa tebabadde bo saali baddewo. So nsaba nera neebaza chairman owa NRM Meya Uhuru, neebaza NRM secretariat, neebaza gavumenti ya Uganda, neebaza ne bakakuyege bange bonna including my family kubanga tukoledde wamu okulaba nga tukola ki nga tukola ekintu kino. Bannakampala mikwano gyange bonna bakoze ekisoboka kyonna n'amaanyi ga Katonda ge tukozesezza okulaba nti tusobola okuwangula ekintu nga kino.
Ebibuuzo bibiri by'okulonda twandiyagadde okuwulira ku ekyo naye ate engeri gy'oli minisita wa Kampala nga kati ofuuse mubaka alindiridde okulayira, ensonga ezikwate ku basuubuzi eziganye ng'okyali minisita, ensonga z'emyala n'ebirala ogenda bikuluuti?
Kansooke ku nsonga y'eggaali. Nze saakozeseza ku ggaali n'emu ate n'omuntu gwoga nti wa ggaali aba mulonzi era kyensuubira ndi alinayo seyali bufunye seyati yakozesaamu magezi maki malala si kiwa nti yali badde abufunye. Nze obwange buli bwabadde bwalaali benjogera ali bwabadde bwa mazima nga buli mu straight line abantu balonze naye alina we yampangudde nange nina we nakoze eki we namuwangudde. So bazze bagattagatta kubanga akalulu ne bwakusinza kamu abakoze eki abakuwangudde. Temwabadde mu ggaali yonna, kalulu kabadde peaceful nnyo. Kyensuubira ti akalulu akabaddewo jjo tekabeerangawokko mu Kampala kuba saalabyeko kintu na kimu kigamba nti kyekino tewali gwe bakubye tewali gwe bakoze batya naye ng'omuntu manyi bwe kuwangula munaku era ogamba bankoze bati banzibye bakoze batya n'obulwe yafunye bungi nnyo mazima nga sirimbye yafunye bungi nnyo. Nze nabadde mmanyi tayinza kufuna obulungi 5,000 naye bwe ndaba nga yafunye obulwo buwero 8,000 yakoze nyera pate yeyamuwadde so sibawadde nga ye nko kubaga nti banne nsaba kalulu nti omuntu batambuddeko ku kyalo kino bekyalo kino ayinza n'okubanga n'ebyalo bya Kampala Central bw'obimugambo bino eminga 1 by 1 tasobola kubijjayo nti ono Mbiro ono Kasaato ono Kakajjo ono Namaalwa oba ono tasobola kubinnyonnyola nga nze bwe nsobola kubinnyonnyola. Tibengenda mu civic center njaga nti wano, bengenda mu industry njagamba wano, bengenda wano nti Bajaba, nze mbisobola kubinnyonnyola kimu ku kimu ebyalo 135 naye ate ye takisobola. Kitegeeza tiyatambudde mu bantu tiyasabye kalulu kubaka n'akalulu kakutambula muntu ku muntu era nze sijja kugamba tinabadde nkasaba NRM bokka badde nnoonya akalulu ka President Museveni badde nnoonya akange ne bafulaga bearers bonna abesimbyewo naye nga nsaba nga siyawudde mu pate gyokola ki gyowagira naye nga nze ndi wa NRM era buli muntu yenna akimanyi ti Hajati waki wa NRM naye we mansabira President wange akalulu ngamba ne Museveni mumuwe nange okole ki so nompera ku merit eyo olina mpanga omukyala olina mpanga omukyala omukozi olina mpanga omukyala omusawo olina mpanga munnakampala olina mpanga omuntu amanyi okukwana mikwano so yensonga lwaki nawangudde akalulu abatembeeyi alabagumya abasuubuzi President yabalaba era ndoza myezi si wiiki singa 3 emabega n'abatwalibwa President lwaki ekisozi n'abasinkana n'abagamba agenda bawa ssente ng'omuntu abadde mu campaign aba tasobola kuwaayo ssente kubanga kiba kibi n'agamba kamala okuwangula akalulu kano kensuubira naye agenda kawangula bw'amala okukawangula asobole okuwanga abakyala bano abakola abantu abasuubuzi abawa ssente era bo basaba biliyoni 20 biliyoni zagenda okuwa era yagamba agenda ziyisa wa Prime Minister basobole ozigaba nga tugoberera lisiti y'abantu abo abatuweebwa bonna amaduuka tugalina abantu bagamba tugenda kukolako nawulidde nga bagala biliyoni 10 basooke bazigabane biliyoni 10 baziteeke mu saako basobole okuba nga bazeewula nga bazikola ki nga bazizaawo n'ekyo tekiganye nga minisita w'e Kampala nakikolako ate era nsaba kukakasa nti nkyali minisita paka mu May lwe naalayira so kitegeeza nti nkyaddamu ofiisi okukola emirimu gye sinnaba kukola ekisembayo maama drainage system tuzikoze era kyemmanyi nti Kampala katakyasobola kuddamu kukola ki floodinga kubanga twayisa mu Allen Road ne tuyisa mu Savannah Road ne tuyisaamu omudumu omunene nnyo oguba ku guno omudumu omunene ogwa Ham so kitegeeza kati amazzi tegakyaddamu kuyenja mu Kampala era ndoza mukirabye ng'enkuba bw'etonnya tewakyaliwo mazzi agakola ki olwo kati olufumo twakifudde lufumo secondly emyala nange ngamba abantu abandaba kati emyala egyo gyaffe si gya KCC tulekerawo giwa mu kasasiro that's why they voted for me because I was born in Kampala I've been working in Kampala and all my business are in Kampala and I've been in Kampala for a long time so that's why I think I was the best candidate.
What are you going to start on?
Of course, I have a manifesto. The manifesto we are going to use for the president, for the government, because I'm NRM. We have our manifesto. So we shall follow the manifesto and start with what is supposed to be done. No, but when you lose, of course, you have to say whatever you want. But because it's not so easy to accept that they have defeated me. But I'm happy all of them have accepted that I've defeated them. So me, I just call upon them to come and work together. Those allegations are expected. Even the president is going to win. They're going to talk so many things. So it's not the first time, but otherwise I just call upon each and everybody because we're working for the country. If you want to work for the country, come and work together. Come and improve Kampala. All of them have been here and I've told them that me, I don't want to say that I've won. I'm going to work together. I want to work with them and we improve Kampala because me, I want only one Kisanja. So come next, after 5 years, they should contest and come and contest. They should come back and contest as MPs. I don't want any second Kisanja.
Yes, I, Abraham Luzi, Bawasala, Salah is told. I am hereby congratulating Honorable Mr. Kabanda upon this success and winning the Kampala Central race. I should say that I have done what I could. And may the best candidate win, and it has been so. I congratulate her, and I always aligned with her. Press the reforms that have been agitating to make sure government changes in the infrastructure, budgeting. We've been saying 72 trillion budget is quite low. If at all we are to have a proper service delivery, we should increase it to 250 trillion. And I'm saying all Ugandans are tax evaders and avoiders. Therefore, 99% Ugandans cheat this government of tax. We are saying these reforms, to make sure government improves on its income, we must formalize the informal sector, register all businesses, and government strictly puts in measurement of all avenues to make sure they reduce their reckless expenditures. And I believe I am ready to render my service, expertise and exposure in these budgeting preparations and making sure that service delivery can reach to the people. To be honest, I may not go into the nitty-gritties of what possibly led to this not winning, because if at all we go into the dissecting of whatever happened, we will not move forward. I want to say I have done enough, and whatever that couldn't favor me, maybe it was not in my reach, but I want to say that I am congratulating Honorable Misa, and above all, His Excellency the President, because I have been also telling you Ugandans that Mr. Museveni is the best candidate. And our request as the electorate this time around is to unite our people, make sure that these reforms we've been agitating, they get his ear. And we are saying, Your Excellency, people have voted you overwhelmingly, so this is the time. Let's do the right thing. Let's motivate all the stakeholders, civil service, servicemen. We thank them for whatever they've done, and we need to improve on what we think can be done better. Yeah. No, I believe the reforms we've been agitating for are pro-people, and they cut across all members and groups, whether politically oriented to either side. They are for Ugandans. And we are saying they can only be achieved if at all we raise the budget from 72 trillion to at least 250 trillion. And Ugandans have the capacity to raise all this kind of revenue, and we stop the unnecessary borrowings and a lot of losses in the budgeting and the expenditure of this country. Yeah.
All right, thank
you very much. You have set a very rare example of conceding defeat shortly after announcing the results of your opponent. It's very rare to the current situation in the country now.
Yeah, we believe it's a mentality that and the mindset of Ugandans that need to change or needs to change. We are saying competition and electoral voting is not business, and we are saying it is sacrifice that you give to the people. Therefore, in the event you are not elected, it was voluntary. So may the best candidate win, and we are lying behind civil people. This is what they should do. And I call upon whoever we've competed with to unite people, forgive each other, and to steer this country to the brim and develop. Yeah, that's all.
But you know that many people don't concede defeat. It's rare.
Yeah, maybe normally they are selfish. They come with ill motives, and possibly they commercialize all these operations. But I have been always teaching and sensitizing our population that I'm too busy. I am someone who is doing multiple businesses based on the situation that we have a conducive business environment in Uganda, much as we need to improve here and there. So I was like, my time has been a sacrifice. And even in the event I'm not elected, I'm not hurt or even affected, because I did not expect something irregular. So I want to say that it is out of culture that whoever comes to competition of this nature, they should be doing something. They should be busy. They should be well off. It's not a do or die. Yeah.
Do you still regret joining such elective positions?
No, unfortunately. Why? I really take into account and appreciation of whoever has been behind me. And it's been fun for me interacting with people and changing the mindset and calling upon the fellow youth who have joined me. I love the narrative that opposition, they have been in my support, and even government. So we've been uniting people. So it's been fun for me at the same time. And I have loved when people really learn, and so many accreditations I've got. People want to join me in the commercial mechanical farming and the commercialized farming. So I feel good when I've taught things and people are really getting what they have.
There are very many people who are inspired by a lot of the words you've been speaking through the social media. But they are asking how much have you put in these campaigns, and maybe how are you going to recover this?
No, to be honest, I've been teaching people that don't put in too much money, don't commercialize politics. You'll be disappointed. And even you are trying to divert the mindset of our population by promising them money and this and that.
You, how much did you put?
I don't think I've put more than 50 million. Yeah, it's been relative and within my accommodation. So I am not regretting whatsoever, yeah.
Well, that was from Kololo, where the Minister for Kampala, Minsa Kabanda, was declared the winner of Kampala's Central Division parliamentary seat after garnering 22,332 votes, followed by Noobs Lewis Rubongoya, who garnered 18,242 votes. Of course, she has promised to bring light to the NRM manifesto, make sure that Kampala is for everyone, beautiful infrastructure, and she said she might not be a big talker, but she's a great doer. Now, right about now, we will move to Semambo Joshua, who is in Wakiso District Tele Center, to give us an update. A very good evening, Semambo. I hope you're doing well. You can highlight and tell us what's happening.
Doing well, Sharon, and thank you very much. Yeah, to highlight on the situation how it was in Wakiso as we speak. We all know now that the 8 constituencies that make up Wakiso, we know who is where, as everything is done and done. So on the 8 constituencies, NRM managed to snatch 3 positions, and NUP managed to snatch 4 with 1 independent, though 3 is an NUP leaning. Now, as the situation was in Wakiso, Legat Segona and Semujunganda didn't turn up at the Tally Center. Maybe they were contented with the results and they knew what was coming. But George Musisi, Dambali Blasio Mukasa, Emmanuel Magola, Gashaija Shaika Steven, Mwadan Kunyiji, and Moses Mayanja turned up at the Tally Center, all demanding victory. Yes, and Charles Matovu, NUP's Wasilo South contestant with Kenan Apio, also Kenan Opio, also stand up at the Tally Center. As we speak right now, Machinge Sabagabo, the one who emerged as the winner was David Kenya from NUP party, who snatched 25,940 votes and was competing with Monduni Philip of NRM with 6,547 votes, and retired Aquaman Independent with 3,360. As we go to Silo South, this one was a very tight race and with the tension, where Kenan Opio of NRM snatched 3,308. It was 30,380 votes, with Matovu Trades of NUP with 26,475 votes. Now in Busiro East, Emmanuel Magula Matovu, an independent, snatched victory with 35,361 votes, followed by Chiyimba Abdallah of NRM with 17,744 votes. Rebecca Sebona, the incumbent and independent, managed to snatch only 4,503 votes. Busiro North, here, Moses Manji of NRM snatched victory with 19,319 votes, followed by Nupu Semaganda, who snatched 14,667 votes. Now, in National Municipality, Dambali Blasio Mokasa was in a tight race with Idi Bugaga, and there was a bit of a tension at the Tally Center, though by the end of the day, Robert Musingu, the returning officer, managed to declare Dambali Blasio Mokasa with 40,006. With 46, it was 40,006. 40,000. It was 40,634 votes, and Idi Bugaga with 16,358 votes. In Kila Municipality, as they already said, that the best dancer also lead the stage. Some young man of PFF lost to George Musisi, and George Musisi emerged as winner with 20,000 votes, and some young man with 14,685 votes.
So, Mambo, just to take you back, was Blasio Mukasa, was he able to, did he win?
Yes.
Did Blasio Mukasa win?
Yeah, Blasio Mukasa won Idi Bugaga of NRM.
Okay, interesting.
They were
Please.
in the title race.
Interesting one. Please keep on going with the other results.
Chadondo East, the incumbent, Mwadan Kunyiji, still emerged as the winner with the winner with 10,000, with over 10,000 votes, 10,000 votes, and he was in a tight race with NRM Talema Christopher with 2,349 votes. This was a tight race with 15 candidates who had contested for the position. And then lastly is the Interior Municipality, where NRM's Gashaya Stephen also managed a winner with 9,114 votes, and the incumbent Kakembo Mbotekamwa of Democratic Front was in the third position with 562 votes. Nopu's Nabata Joyce Namuli struggled with 4,254 votes. Then the person who matched as the woman member of Parliament for Wakiso District is Betty Ethos Narima. So I will highlight on the situation how it was in Wakiso as an insecurity. We saw security item made whereby men in uniform were everywhere, majorly the roads that were leading into the headquarters of Wakiso District, and there was a few inconvenience that was caused by the supporters who were waiting outside the headquarters, but still the Uganda police and VPDF made sure that the situation goes back into calm and there wasn't any disturbance outside and inside the service center in Wakiso.
Well, I'm very glad that you're very okay, Semambo. That's not the same case with certain places or certain areas. Today, there have been some arrests, there have been some citizens who tried to cause commotion, but again, police and other security agencies were able to nip that in the bud and make sure that Ugandans still have peace, encounter and feel peaceful while we await for the final results that are going to be coming in from the National Tally Center, and most probably to even know who the president of the country tomorrow before 5 p.m. as declared and said by Justice Simon Byabakama, the chairperson of EC. I'll let you rest and we will be hearing from you maybe later on or tomorrow. Thank you, Semambo.
Welcome.
Moving on from that, Minister of State for Fisheries, Helen Adoa, the NRM flag bearer for Serere District Woman Member of Parliament, has lost her seat to S.
Ladies and gentlemen, we thank you for your patience, your cooperation, and for the keen interest you have exhibited in getting to know what is unfolding in the results arising out of yesterday's elections. We shall continue to update you until we reach the final tally.
Movement, but also the incidents that happened, you have heard of them. What do you think about them and what do you think about this election process this time around?
Yes, unlike the past, this has been a little more smooth and peaceful with those few incidents that happened. We know as a party that we still have a lot of work to do with the young people. We still have a lot of work to do in urban areas because as you see the results that have been coming, we won everywhere in this country with the exception of a few places in the central region. Now, for some people who might not be able to understand, the central region is like a magnet that has pulled people from all over Uganda, because our GDP, close to about 60% of the GDP of the country, is produced from the center here. And so this brings on board so many people who are coming to look for jobs or look for opportunities. And so the population mix in the center can blind you to think that this is a demonstration against the party or the party is not popular. But no, to us we believe these are a reflection of social pressures that these people find in the urban areas. And therefore their support to the party or lack of it are not ideological. They are just based on the social pressure and the conditions they face at a particular moment. And therefore, if we focus at fixing this, I am 100% sure that our performance will improve in these urban areas.
What is it about the national resistance message that resonated with the people, that the numbers begin to reflect that? What was that about your message?
The president is always a teacher. You know, when you're a good teacher, your teaching plans are always very clear. And when he starts to speak and you're a good student, you'll know, because he keeps reminding you of where you have come from, where you have reached, where you're going, and how you should go to where you want to go. And so he spoke about peace and security as a foundation to everything we are doing. And definitely the people of Uganda know that there is no any other leader or party that can handle the issue of peace and security better than NRM and President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. Two, he spoke about development with its social and economic elements: roads, electricity, schools, health centers, water, all that, which are already there, the development infrastructures. Then now the third, he spoke about the people. We have peace and security, we have these socio-economic development infrastructures in place, but the people are not hooked to these projects. How do we get the people to benefit from these advantages that we have? And that is why I speak about household income, household poverty, making sure every household is productive, to the extent that they even went with the videos showing around who has done what in this area. Now, to me, that was the masterpiece of this campaign. Bringing the wananchi, the voter, to understand that they have a lot to play in order to fight poverty in their households. It is not only government. Government will give you the enabling environment, but you as an individual, you have a lot of work to do to fight poverty in your household. So this message went around so well, and people received them, and it became a plus for us. Yeah.
I know you must have had a really hectic schedule, but my last question to you, Right Honorable Todang, is you are the leading party, the biggest, as you call it, the mass party. How do you galvanize this country to pull together, especially to ensure that the households you're looking at, the individuals, are got out of poverty?
We have been doing this through our preachings that focus at the mass line. The mass line means that we concentrate on things that unite the population, not things that divide the population. And all this infrastructure development we are talking about are things that unite the people, and just to empower them to be productive. Once you have what you're producing, and you know what you take to the market, your relationship with your neighbor will be product-market relationship. It's not about religion, not about tribe, but it will be about product. I produce soybeans, somebody else is buying my soybeans. So it is in my interest that the buyer of my soybean is peaceful, so that I earn. That is the kind of relationship we are preaching in Uganda. And it has worked up so well, to the extent that when government was doing rationalization of agents, I don't know whether you recall, that you could see the debate in Uganda moving sub-region by sub-region, where sub-regions are protecting products. To me, that was lovely. And I challenge my people of the north that Buganda is speaking about coffee and matoke, Toro is speaking about tea, Ankole is speaking about dairy products, Busoga is speaking about sugarcane. What are we speaking about in the north? From Teso up to West Nile, what do we have for the market? We have advantage of cereal production. We need to improve our cereal production. And so this is about leadership. What can the leaders do? Lango sub-region, for example, is like the hub of cereal processing. But what is West Nile bringing on board? What is Karamoja bringing on board? What is Teso bringing on board? Yes, fruit factory, fruit farming and all that in Teso, but we need to improve them, to boost them. And so when we start zoning this country into product lines, you'll see how beautiful Uganda will be.
Right Honorable, thank you very much. It's always a pleasure having you. That was the Right Honorable Richard Tudong, the Secretary General of the National Resistance Movement, especially giving his flowers on what their master plan has produced, especially with the results that are going to be announced in a few minutes by the chairperson of the Electoral Commission. In a short while, he'll be joining us here to give us the last session for tonight about the results. So we'll be leaving.
Thank you so much, Bwana Timothy, for that update, and with the Secretary General of the they call it the mass party, the mass NRM party, and Mr. Richard Tadwong, the Secretary General. Now, gentlemen, we have heard from this discussion, both from Onyango in Imbarala and from Timothy here with the Secretary General. Now, there are also issues that come up, especially when it comes to this, the voting trends. Like I said, some people waiting to be taken for voting, which sometimes is the candidates themselves, because, like I said, how many voters are going to turn out to vote will depend on how the candidates conduct themselves. Right. Because then the voter will say, my vote must be counted. But if the voters are the type that who will say, you wait, and I have also seen it in one of the elections, the opponent sent a rumor, a message to the village, said, you people, our people, wait until we bring you the money so that you can. But he was now sending a message to the rival camp. So tell our people to wait until we shall bring them money so that they can go and vote. And these old men and women sat waiting, and they got annoyed and they didn't vote. So some of the things happens. But when you look at the trends again, which I also agree with the Secretary General, who is saying that NRM won almost everywhere, because NRM has structures in every village, and that enables it to reach people in all the villages, which is not the case with these other parties, and some of them don't even have district offices. When they were competing. For me, I think that is where now the problem starts from. But back to Onyango's take in Imbarala, you guys, what did you gather from there?
I think we actually almost tackled this yesterday.
Yeah.
We threw more light on the biggest problem here. Is what is the job description of the office that someone is going to occupy?
Sure.
Because if that is known, that in this office we need a cleaner who is going to clean like this and this for these 5 years, then there is no expectation of someone saying, give me transport to come and vote for you. Because now they know the clear guidelines. But because even the audience at home, the Wananchis know that these guys are just going there to pay their bills, to get access to a better passport, to have access to go to other countries, have more investment. That's why they ask for transport. That's why they ask, give me something to vote for you. You understand? Because the people in parliament, they don't show why they're in parliament. So for me, you asked the question yesterday, what do we expect from this parliament around this time? We want a proper guideline of what is the role of a parliamentarian. And maybe next round, people will not, it should be a personal thing that everybody should know. You understand?
Because not many people will be speaking, and the parliamentarians themselves who are supposed to popularize that,
yes,
will not be speaking like Lucy used to speak. That for me, my job is not to do with your roads. I think to some extent that the population has gotten to a level of used to being told things. The rosy part of it.
Just to chip in and to add on what my brother Big Sam has just said, the issue is we all have to accept that our democracy is still work in progress. There are some positives that have been registered. We are somewhere, and we are still seeing some holes that actually need to be filled. And one of the holes is the packaging of our civic education, which will bring in the
awareness,
the awareness and sensitization of which candidate should be given what, and what are the duties of that candidate for the 5-year term. I'm telling you, there are people, if you sat down, and even those who have gone to school, and ask them what are the duties of the member of a parliament, the LC5 chairperson, and the RDC, they will give you the same roles. Those three. See? And that is an issue of knowing who is supposed to do what and who is supposed to leave what. So we still have those gaps. Remember, the LC5 chairperson and the MP are voted. The RDC is appointed. But the rules and the clear guidelines are not known.
That's right.
Obscured in the eyes of the citizens of this country. Most citizens of this country, not all of, not the majority. But a habit translates into a tradition and culture. We are used to campaigns where people are given goodies so that people buy votes. And I'm happy that for starters we have one man in the names of Luzi, yes, who has started the journey of changing that line. I don't need to give you anything, but all I can promise you is if you vote me in, I'll do you A, B, C, and D. Yes, he may not have won the vote, but he garnered a lot of votes from the way he was campaigning.
Yes.
And for those who want to follow genuineness, not the clout of I'll give you A, B, C, and D, I'll get you heaven on earth, we're saying now this is the right man.
Exactly.
And if we go by that, if we can get 100 loses, this country will be very different, and also the people who will be voted into office will be a very different breed.
Yes. The chairman when you are campaigning, for example, to be the chairman in that area, what were you guys promising, for example?
Well, there comes some circumstance that you do things because that's what people expect.
Exactly, because it's culture.
And when you don't do it, trust me, you will not go through.
You won't get the vote.
And you just have to, okay. Someone asked me, oyo ngati tumulabanga kwano ngazze kuzika. Do I have to go and bury everybody for you to understand that I am resourceful to this community?
You're not a priest.
I mean, really. And that's why I'm telling you, almost 80% of everybody that goes to parliament, they own a funeral home somewhere. Somehow, somewhere, they are supposed to be having an ambulance that will take the dead. There is something. That's what everybody expects. You know, when you want to become a member of parliament or a chairman at the village level, then you must have a small sound system there that you can give everybody who has lost someone and a tent. And then that is a good requirement.
You have to buy chairs for the weddings.
For you to become a leader in the community. And trust me, because of how the community has been channeled, even you genuinely, when you come up, you'll find another resistance. You know, so you find yourself doing exactly what they're asking for. I'm telling you, tugulire wano omwenge. No, I'm not.
I'm a pastor.
And when you say that, no, I cannot. You go. Seriously, The country has been corrupted by wrong people who have gotten everybody to believe that you can only do this way in order to get there. And if it starts, I agree with Lucy. Lucy has got his own problems as well, you know. But I just love the way he comes out boldly.
Exactly.
To say it the way it is. But maybe also Ugandans have gotten, I've grown up in this country, and I have seen some of the ways people say yes to mean no. And they say no to mean yes. So maybe when you come out straight, people will then shun away from you. One guy came here and said, the negative, I want to get into parliament so that I can eat. Can you believe that person went through? But someone who says, I want to get to parliament so I can help.
Also.
It's so funny. And definitely to answer you from the start is, well, I went through as chairman, but there are some things that I was actually forced by the community where I live to do because that's what they wanted.
That were not part of your manifesto.
That were not part of whatever that I'm interested in. That's why I'm speaking against it. Because then it leads someone to lie to you, and when they get into that office, they'll have to get back whatever they have put in order that they can now serve.
Yeah. Yeah, but I think it is also a true way, at least for you being a chairman of Kajansi, you are always in Kajansi and people can always come to you whenever they have issues. But the issue, when it comes to parliament, for example, you find that a person, now that they have won, will disappear for the next 3 or 4 years. You don't see the guy. He does not even come to meet the people. Even some of them will be, the kind ones will be going to do what they call Thanksgiving, to thank the voters and also thank God for that they went through. But some of them will not. So the 3rd year ends, the 4th year, because there's a 5th year, you come back to begin talking to a few people, go to a few churches. And the people are saying no, because last time we gave you, you went and ate. This time we also have to also give us before. But I'm sure if you are able to be with these people in their thick and thin, even your budget for the next campaign might be lower.
That's true, that's true.
Because they understand you, you are always with them, and you have their problems. But of course, also the other thing that Dean is raising that needs to be done at whichever level, that there must be clear demarcations so that the population understands that we are putting this man in the office of a chairman of LC5, and this is what we expect from him. And we are putting this woman in parliament, and we expect him or her to be able to do this. Because, for example, MPs, you have an MP of a smaller constituency, you have a chairman of the whole district, which has about 5-6 constituencies, but you also have a woman MP for the 6 constituencies. Now, what do you, unless you know the demarcations of who is supposed to do what. You lump up these people and expect them to do roads, to do schools, to do hospitals, all those good things that you have heard about.
Brother James, if we don't go back to the original ethics, we are going to have political prostitutes. These are people that don't stay in that particular area. They live somewhere else, but they find a loophole that I can win an election in that region. And they will come and rent a property there. And they win an election, but they stay somewhere else.
Yeah.
They will keep staying wherever they stay. If we don't go back to that original ethic of where this whole thing started, Mayumba Kumi must be a stakeholder in that particular area. That's how we used to vote. Omukulu w'ekyalo, omukulembeze ku kyalo must be a stakeholder right there. He must have a home there, must have business there. Even if they have 5 women, they must be there. Yes. And that shows that you're a stakeholder, the development. Now, that person who is there The welfare of everybody who is in that village concerns them. But these are political prostitutes. They move from one, they win, they lose an election in this area,
run to another
and
one.
Tomorrow,
you find them in another place.
And I'll give you an example. In this election, one of them has just gone through. One of them, I don't know if I can mention it, but
you better don't.
They lost an election in one area, and today they have won in another one.
No, for me, let me give you a good one. There is one who was not known anywhere in that place, but she did come, and she hired a father. Say, now you are my father.
Can you imagine?
And
to an extent of hiring.
And hired a father, and then she went and got nominated. There were people, even that information, the issue came up to the Secretary General, I mean to the Electoral Commission of the NRM. And they said, but she has already now been put on our register, she can contest. And so then she contested, but where is this one coming from? Which school did she go to? And now, eventually, I'm told she lost in the election. But we were like, supposing she went through, where were these people going to find her if they wanted to talk to her? Now, like you are saying, I can sit here in Kampala and do my calculations. I think this place has a weaker candidate.
Yes.
If I go there, I'll be able to knock.
Manipulate and
yes, and go through.
way.
And if I go through, am I going to go back again? I'll be in Kampala, earn my money, and then next time maybe even not go back. Or by the time I go back, I'll have more money. I can even, if someone can pay for a parent, I can pay for something else.
I love comedy. There is a clip that I have seen that one MP who got through, went and did his own things. Now on the last year, he came back. And when he came back, he's asking people, is this where our constituency is? And
he's not even sure of the demarcation.
The constituency is the other side. He's not even sure. But it's because of how he was voted into power. We vote people because of cheap popularity, cheap things here. And we forget that we are the ones that are going to live there for the rest of our lives.
Yeah, because like you said, besides the roles, we also don't look at that as stakeholders ourselves. Maybe your recommendations that the next time when a person goes for nomination should be bearing a letter from the letter of residence.
Why not? Why not? Why not? In the US, when you want to become a president or a leader, a councillor, we had one Ugandan actually that was a councillor in California. You bring a letter from LPD that certifies that you came from, you are actually, and you've lived there for this long.
Yeah.
Yeah,
for
cannot
issues
just,
of attachment.
Yes.
You cannot.
So Ndukudin, now when you look at this, you are talking about about Lucy because we'll be referring to him again and again, because he raises a number of issues as a candidate. And many people maybe didn't like him, but we have also seen from the results that many people actually supported that kind of. Do you think this boldness can help us maybe move away from the current situation we are in?
It can. Why? Because we've had familiar situations, not necessarily the boldness, but if you take a look at what has transpired, more so in electing members of parliament, the twist was, if you look at the 6th parliament, the 5th parliament of this country, you will find that you had so many of the elite lot, high elite top, as compared to what you have today. But what happened? The trends changed. People started advocating for guys who have not gone so far in terms of books. And these have been getting elected and taking up seats for parliament. So I have belief that it is normally one person that lights off or tricks off sparks of something, and then the rest of the guys will follow.
Yeah, sure.
So today we may have one Luzi. The next election you may have several of them advocating for, I'm not paying you. You actually should pay me.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yes. And Dean, Luzi, this is not his first time to contest. He has contested before and failed. And he has promised people stuff and whatever, and he failed. Now, I think he has looked at what he has done before. Now he comes back and says,
there must be something new.
Yes.
Okay, but let's look at how the voting in Kampala went, and we shall see how this guy Luzi also performed, because we will have these declarations for Kampala Central, where he participated alongside Minister Kabanda and Rubongoya. I think we have it.
We had quite a number that were nominated, and thank you for keeping the peace during that time of campaign. This is how the results were scored. I, Asacha Rashid, being the returning officer for Kampala Electoral District, having added the number of votes cast as recorded on each declaration of results form in accordance with Section 77, subsection 1 of the Parliamentary Elections Act, declared that the total number of valid votes cast for candidates are as follows. Agava Muzora, the party is anti, is scored 182. David Ruiz Rubongoya, nope, is scored 18,242. Kabanda Misa Nabengo, NRM. She scored 22. Hello? Hello? She scored 22,332. Karuhanga Rina, independent, scored 124. Kasozi Abduwahab, Jema, scored 48. Kiua Ronald, independent, scored 122. Kushava Susan, independent, scored 628. Luzi Abraham, independent, is scored 4,973. Ruanga Alan, independent, scored 179. Minawa Farouk, FDC, is scored 143. Muhanji Moses Kapere, independent, he scored 1,981. Nakuya Aida, the party is Democratic Front. She scored 344. Natuherwa Fiona Destiny, independent. She scored 91. Tamale Idiwaswa, independent, scored 58. Walangirira Abdallah, People's Front for Freedom, he scored 94. Sorry, he scored 74. 74, I repeated that one. The total number of valid votes cast for candidates, 49,538. Total number of rejected invalid ballot paper, 1,330. Total number of ballot papers counted, 50,868. The total number of spoiled ballot papers, 418. Are we there? Accordingly, as a returning officer for Kampala Electoral District, and in accordance with Section 77, subsection 1 of the Parliamentary Elections Act, Cap 177, I declare Kabanda Misa Nabengo I declare Kavanda Misa Nabengo, who has obtained the largest number of votes, to be the elected candidate for Kampala Central Division Constituency, Kampala District. We wish you well.
Yes, yagala kusooka kwebaza bannakampala abataddemu obwesige. Akawuta kabadde kangu naye nga nkayiseemu bulungi. era nebaza mukama akampisizaamu singa simanyiga mukama saali kayisemu Kampala Central munene ekyokubadde nvuganya n'abantu abanene nga Secretary General wa NUP badde nvuganya n'abantu abalala bangi nnyo nga banene era ng'ebibiina bye babateekamu obwesige tubadde 16 ne bannondamu nga nsobodde okuba nga mpangudde Kampala Central Division nga MP NRM abantu bajagala era baagala omuntu omukozi omukyalo omukozi nga nze singa tebampadde babadde bafiiriddwa obukozi bwange so nsaba bantu banneesige banteekemu bagambye akalulu si kange akalulu kaabwe era nsuubira nti kino kyengenda okukola si kyani si kyange kyabwe singa tebabadde bo saali baddewo so nsaba nera mbeebaza nebaza chairman owa NRM Meya Uhuru nebaza NRM Secretariat nebaza government ya Uganda nebaza ne bakakuyege bange bonna including my family kubanga tukoledde wamu okulaba nga tukola ki nga tukola ekintu kino bannakampala mikwano gyange bonna bakoze ekisoboka kyonna n'amaanyi ga Katonda ge tukozesezza okulaba nti tusobola okuwangula ekintu nga kino
ebibuuzo bibiri okulonda twandiyagadde okuwulira ku ekyo naye ate engeri gy'oli minisita wa Kampala nga kati ofuuse mubaka alindiridde okulayira ensonga ezikwate ku basuubuzi eziganye ng'okyali minisita ensonga z'emyala n'ebirala ogenda bikuluuti
kansooke ku nsonga y'eggaali nze saakozeseza ku ggaali n'emu ate n'omuntu gwoga nti wa ggaali aba mulonzi era kyensuubira ndi alinayo bwobulu teyali bufunye singa teyakozesaamu magezi maki malala sikiwa nti yali badde abufunye nze obwange obuli bwabadde bwalaali bwenjogera ali bwabadde bwamazima nga buli mu straight line abantu balonze naye alina we yampangudde nange nina we nakoze eki we namuwangudde so bazze bagattagatta kubanga akalulu ne bwakusinza kamu abakoze eki abakuwangudde temwabadde mu ggaali yonna kalulu kabadde peaceful nnyo kyensuubira ti akalulu akabaddewo jjo tekabeerangawokko mu Kampala kuba saalabyeko kintu na kimu kigamba nti kyekino tewali gwe bakubye tewali gwe bakoze batya naye ng'omuntu manyi bwe kuwangula munaku era ogamba bankoze bati banzibye bakoze batya n'obulu yafunye bungi nnyo mazima nga sirimbye yafunye bungi nnyo zinabadde mmanyi tayinza kufuna obulungu 15,000 naye bwe ndaba nga yafunye obulo bwero omutwalo gumu 8 yakoze nyira pate yeyamuwadde so sibawadde nga ye nko kubaga nti banensaba kalulu nti omuntu bantambuddeko ku kyalo kino bekyalo kino ayinza n'okuba nga n'ebyalo bya Kampala Central bw'obimugamba bino eminga 1 by 1 tasobola kubijjayo nti ono Mbiro ono Kasaato ono Kakajjo ono Namaalwa oba ono tasobola kubinnyonnyola nga nze bwe nsobola kubinnyonnyola tibengenda mu civic center njaga nti wano bengenda mu industry njagamba wano bengenda wano nti Bajaba nze mbisobola obinnyonnyola kimu ku kimu ebyalo 135 naye ate ye takisobola kitegeeza tiyatambudde mu bantu tiyasabye kalulu kubaka n'akalulu kakutambula muntu ku muntu era nze sijja kugamba tinabadde nkasaba NRM bokka badde noonya akalulu ka President Museveni badde noonya akange ne bafulaga bearers bonna abesimbyewo naye nga nsaba nga siyawudde mu pate gyokola ki gyowagira naye nga nze ndi wa NRM era buli muntu yenna akimanyi ti ajja tiwaki wa NRM naye bwe mansabira President wange akalulu ngamba ne Museveni mumuwe nange okole ki so nompera ku merit eyo olina mpanga omukyala olina mpanga omukyala omukozi olina mpanga omukyala omusawo olina mpanga munnakampala olina mpanga omuntu amanyi okukwana mikwano so yensonga lwaki nawangudde akalulu abatembeeyi balabagumya abasuubuzi President yabalaba era ndoza myezi si wiiki singa 3 emabega n'abatwalibwa President lwaki ekisozi n'abasinkana n'abagamba agenda bawa ssente ng'omuntu abadde mu campaign abadde tasobola kuwaayo ssente kubanga kiba kibi n'agamba kamala okuwangula akalulu kano kensuubira naye agenda kawangula bw'amala okukawangula asobole okuwanga abakyala bano abakolaki abantu abasuubuzi abawa ssente era bo basaba biliyoni 20 biliyoni zagenda okuwa era yagamba agenda ziyisawo Prime Minister basobole ozigaba nga tugoberera lisiti y'abantu abo abatuweebwa bonna amaduuka tugalina abantu bagamba tugenda kukolako nawulidde nga bagala biliyoni 10 basooke bazigabane biliyoni 10 baziteeke mu saako basobole okuba nga bazeewula nga bazikola ki nga bazizaawo n'ekyo tekiganye nga minisita w'e Kampala nakikolako ate era nsaba kukakasa nti nkyali minisita paka mu May lwe naalayira so kitegeeza nti nkyaddamu ofiisi okukola emirimu gye sinnaba kukola ekisembayo maama drainage system tuzikoze era kyemmanyi nti Kampala kata kyasobola kuddamu kukola ki floodinga kubanga twayisa mu Allen Road ne tuyisa mu Savannah Road ne tuyisaamu omudumu omunene nnyo oguba ku guno omulimu omudumu omunene ogwa Ham. So kitegeeza kati ag'amazzi tegakyaddamu kuyenja mu Kampala era ndoza mukirabye ng'enkuba bw'etonnya tewakyaliwo mazzi agakola ki olwo kati olufumo twakifudde lufumo. Secondly, emyala nange ngamba abantu abandaba kati emyala egyo gyaffe si gya KCC tulekerawo giwa mu kasasiro. That's why they voted for me, because I was born in Kampala, I've been working in Kampala, and all my business are in Kampala. And I've been in Kampala for a long time. So that's why I think I was the best candidate.
What are you going to start on?
Of course, I have a manifesto. The manifesto we are going to use for the president, for the government, because I'm NRM. We have our manifesto. So we shall follow the manifesto and start with what is supposed to be done. No, but when you lose, of course, you have to say whatever you want. But because it's not so easy to accept that they have defeated me. But I'm happy all of them have accepted that I've defeated them. I want to work with them and to improve Kampala. Because we want only one Kisanja. So come next, after 5 years, they should contest and come and contest. They should come back and contest as MPs. I don't want any second Kisanja.
Yes, I, Abraham Luzi, Bawasala, Sala is told. I am hereby congratulating Honorable Mr. Kabanda upon this success and winning the Kampala Central race. I should say that I have done what I could, and may the best candidate win, and it has been so. I congratulate her, and I always align with her. Press the reforms that I have been agitating to make sure government changes in the infrastructure, budgeting. We've been saying 72 trillion budget is quite low. If at all we are to have a proper service delivery, we should increase it to 250 trillion. And I'm saying all Ugandans are tax evaders and avoiders. Therefore, 99% Ugandans cheat this government of tax. We are saying these reforms, to make sure government improves on its income, we must formalize the informal sector, register all businesses, and government strictly puts in measurement of all avenues to make sure they reduce their reckless expenditures. And I believe I am ready to render my service, expertise and exposure in these budgeting preparations and making sure that service delivery can reach to the people. To be honest, I may not go into the nitty-gritties of what possibly led to this not winning, because if at all we go into the dissecting of whatever happened, we will not move forward. I want to say I have done enough, and whatever that couldn't favor me, maybe it was not in my reach, but I want to say that I am congratulating Honorable Misa, and above all, His Excellency the President, because I have been also telling you Ugandans that Mr. Museveni is the best candidate. And our request as the electorate this time around is to unite our people, make sure that these reforms we've been agitating, they get his ear. And we are saying, Your Excellency, people have voted you overwhelmingly, so this is the time. Let's do the right thing. Let's motivate all the stakeholders, civil service, servicemen. We thank them for whatever they've done, and we need to improve on what we think can be done better. Yeah. No, I believe the reforms we've been agitating for are pro-people, and they cut across all members and groups, whether politically oriented to either side. They are for Ugandans. And we are saying they can only be achieved if at all we raise the budget from 72 trillion to at least 250 trillion. And Ugandans have the capacity to raise all this kind of revenue, and we stop the unnecessary borrowings and a lot of losses in the budgeting and the expenditure of this country. Yeah.
All right, thank
you very much. You have set a very rare example of conceding defeat shortly after announcing the results of your opponent. It's very rare to the current situation in the country now.
Yeah, we believe it's a mentality that and the mindset of Ugandans that need to change or needs to change. We are saying competition and electoral voting is not business, and we are saying it is sacrifice that you give to the people. Therefore, in the event you are not elected, it was voluntary. So may the best candidate win, and we are lying behind civil people. This is what they should do. And I call upon whoever we've competed with to unite people, forgive each other, and we steer this country to the brim and develop. Yeah, that's all.
But you know that many people don't concede defeat. It's rare.
Yeah, maybe normally they are selfish. They come with ill motives and possibly they commercialize all these operations. But I have been always teaching and sensitizing our population that I'm too busy. I am someone who is doing multiple businesses based on the situation that we have a conducive business environment in Uganda, much as we need to improve here and there. So I was like, my time has been a sacrifice. And even in the event I'm not elected, I'm not hurt or even affected because I did not expect something irregular. So I want to say that it is out of culture that whoever comes to competition of this nature, they should be doing something, they should be busy, they should be well off. It's not a do or die, yeah.
Do you still regret joining such elective positions?
No, unfortunately. Why? I really take into account and appreciation of whoever has been behind me. And it's been fun for me interacting with people and changing the mindset and calling upon the fellow youth who have joined me. I love the narrative that opposition, they have been in my support and even government. So we've been uniting people. So it's been fun for me at the same time. And I have loved when people really learn, and so many accreditations I've got. People want to join me in the commercial mechanical farming and the commercialized farming. So I feel good when I've taught things and people are really getting what they have.
There are very many people who are inspired by a lot of the words you've been speaking through the social media. But they are asking how much have you put in these campaigns, and maybe how are you going to recover this?
No, to be honest, I've been teaching people that don't put in too much money, don't commercialize politics. You'll be disappointed. And even you are trying to divert the mindset of our population by promising them money and this and that.
You, how much did you put?
I don't think I've put more than 50 million. Yeah, it's been relative and within my accommodation. So I am not regretting whatsoever, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you so much, viewer, for being here with us for this deep of the night. I know many people out there are watching and following UBC, both here at home and outside the borders of Uganda. And we thank you for all this time that we have been with you, and also thank you, gentlemen. We go for a break now, and we shall come back to look at exactly what Lucy is saying and see if it resonates with the population today and with the voters today and with what others are promising today. Thank you so much. We don't go away. We are back shortly after this short break. Yeah, thank you. Now, gentlemen, before we went off for the break, and we thank Nduku Nyangweso and others for the information that has been coming to the people of Uganda, especially at such a time when we are in this dispensation of the elections that have involved the president and the members of parliament. Of course, we are going to go down to others as the timetable was released by the Electoral Commission. Now, we were talking about Kampala, and we were talking about this man, Lucy, and the vibe that he brought in this election, and which earned him about 5,000 votes.
Specific 4,973.
Exactly.
5,000 about.
And that's not a small number.
No.
I think he comes as in the third.
He's third.
In that line. Then you realize that maybe there are also people out there who are thinking the way he was thinking, saying, you remember there was this man who was a chairman of Luengo, Mutabazi, who was lashing people for forcing them to do things that he thought they should do. And he much as hated, he was also very loved, even by the very people who were beaten.
Yeah.
No, sometimes I think when you are a leader, you don't have to be with the carrot always. The stick also has to work. So how do we make of this translation of about 5,000 votes from a man who people at one point thought was a comedian or was an arrogant kind of a politician?
To start with, you can tell that the ideology he was selling to the masses or to the people in Kampala had some gist in it.
Yeah.
And you have to start from somewhere. Today it is Luzi with his ideology, but also as they were reading names and the votes garnered by the different contestants and candidates for the post of Member of Parliament Kampala, among the people that were applauded was Luzi.
Exactly.
And why? Because the votes got by Luzi have a moral tag.
I love that. I love that. I really love that.
They have a moral tag given what he was selling to the masses, given his manifesto, that look here guys, I'm willing to do A, B, C, D, but I'm not rolling the wheel the way you are accustomed to. I'm going to work for you, expect results, but I'm not going to pay you to work for you.
Yes, yes, yeah.
He said, pay me.
Exactly. If possible, pay me. But you're already paying me because members of parliament are receiving a salary.
Yes.
And it is from the taxpayers' money.
Yes.
And that was his message, a clear message. That, and two, there were also other connotations that if I pay you through the campaign, like Dr. Big Sam said, I will need to reward myself.
Yes.
And I will leave the plot. But also, there will come issues of accountability. How can you tell a man to account if he has paid you off? It becomes hard, you see. There are always issues of conflict of interest. So there was this, there was the number says a lot. But we want to congratulate Honorable Misa Kabanda for winning this. The semantics were clear. From her talk, you could see she knows Kampala.
Yes.
See, my brother here talked of political prostitutes. And with due respect to all the candidates, but probably some have suffered that. But also, there have been issues. You see, you have to look at the trends. This particular seat has been for NRM for quite a while.
Yes.
The incumbent, who is Honorable Muhammad Nsereko, has been an independent, but leaned to NRM. But also, he's been defeating opposition. There was a close contest with, I think, the brother to the principal of NUP. But even in the second running, it was the same case. So he's defeating the same parties at that level. So you can't say that probably he's cheated. No, the lady has cheated. NRM has strength in this particular constituency. So these are some, you ought to be very clear on how things are trending.
Yeah, you can see, and you can see even the transition that the incumbent is NRM leaning, but also a Muslim.
Exactly.
So the constituency maintains more or less.
Yeah, it maintains the same qualities of a candidate. But what is also beating the opposition? Look at the number of contestants.
Yeah.
You have 14 contestants, and the one next to Honorable Misa Kabanda, who is Wana Rubongoya from NOP, garnered 18,000 plus 2 votes. So Honorable was ahead of him by around 400 votes, roughly. So if you no, I was ahead of him by around 4,000 votes.
Yeah, 4,000.
So if you lose his votes, which are 5,000, and Mohanji, the man in boxing, which are almost 2,000 votes.
Yeah, exactly.
That alone is enough to compensate for Rubongoya taking up or getting ahead of Misa Kabanda. So some of these issues come into play.
The pain is self-inflicted.
Exactly. This is where people have to sit down and make coalitions or ally to defeat a common enemy.
No, I just love it. I really love it. And for me, I have had late chats with Minsi Kabanda, minister, and she has done great. I mean, wherever that she has been,
she's a performer.
She's a performer. And she knows all the dark corners of where she comes from, you know, and that beats all the other people that are competing with her, because they will not go into the other details. But I wanted to slash more on the new era that we are having from this man called Luzi. That new era, really, I pray we get more 20 or 50 loses next in the next contesting time, because Luzi says, I spent 50 million comfortably in my campaign. Now, mark my word, comfortably. That means I did not go to get a loan
from the bank or mortgage.
Or I did not sell my house so that I prove that I want to work for the people. People must understand that leadership is a service. You give to a particular group of people to take them from one level to another. You understand? You don't need to sell your property to prove that you're a leader. You don't need to.
Yeah, sure.
You know, we have leaders in my community that wanted to resign, and the people are saying, no, 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 no.
Please don't.
You just need to prove that you have the right vision where you need to take these people.
Exactly.
We have members of parliament here that sell property, that take loans.
I know one who sold a very good house in Munyanya.
You can imagine, to come
to serve
and be a self-servant to the community. That is not worth.
And you sell before you're sure that you will even win.
People collapse.
That is almost
people
gambling.
Get high blood pressure.
No, as we speak today, the number of members of parliament who are in hospitals.
You can imagine.
Yeah.
You can imagine. Being a leader is not a do or die.
Doesn't have to.
No. And if we can borrow Lucy's kind of...
This is not the first time Lucy is contesting.
That's right, that's right, that's right.
But it's the first time we bring up the new ideology.
If I can bring you the Lucy of the other election, and this Lucy, you will think they are totally different, but carrying the same face.
It's now the pole of soul.
The other one. Yeah, that's it. You know, so I think he learned from his past and tried to, you know, get it inside of him and accept it, and then he wants to bring it out.
Yeah, sure.
Many people think that he's a project of NRM.
Too many projects.
You know, then they say, he has nothing to lose, he's a project or something. But for me, I like the idea that because there's a lot of sons of NRM that don't come out clearly to tell the people that this is the right thing.
Have that particular ideology.
You understand? So I just love it. I really love it.
Okay. Now, Dean, do you also realize, or maybe your opinion, when Luz talks of spending 50 million, and in fact yesterday we talked about the thing, can we as a country come up with a threshold in a law saying that for a member of parliament you can only spend up to so much, and then you have also disclose where you are getting this money from? Either it's coming from your salary saved, your savings, your businesses, or something, because that is one area, because then we would be able to hold our leaders, all those who are coming to power, for accountability.
I think I'm in support of that. It is a bit hard to accomplish a task if you're financially not able to move hand in hand with the financial needs of that task. Either you'll end up cheating or you'll end up corrupt. And this is what we are seeing. Most people target those positions because of what they have to benefit. I understand the issue of saying, does it mean it is only those that are favored that will earn some of those positions? No. You can work your way up to that level. That is all it means. You can work yourself, first get financial stability, and then get to ask for anything you want. Get to become a candidate for a particular position. Like my brother here said, it is not a do or die. Because what we've witnessed, some of the candidates that have lost elections today, it's because they went for something higher than what they can manage within their means.
Sure.
And they failed to perform. And not because they actually failed to perform, but they just couldn't cope. So to protect them from themselves, that's where the law comes in. That's where you have to come up with a law. Yesterday we were discussing of people earning zeros. Why? Because they cannot afford to have agents in all parts of the country. But then, supposing, maybe miraculously, this person becomes a president, what will happen?
Sure.
They will rob the country. Just like that, in order to cope. So we need laws that can look into that, so that, one, you'll have contestants, you'll have candidates coming in to stand who are actually worthy candidates. You have a list of 14 guys standing in for the position of MP.
Sure.
But when you look at the credentials of these fellows, apart from Lucy, who came out with an outstanding ideology, and probably Mohanji, whom we know that has done a name in sports, in the field of boxing. The rest are not known.
In fact, I have not heard about many of them.
Even me, I only know about 3.
The first 4 people are known, and that says it all. So the issue of coming up, like you said, coming up with laws that will continue shaping what we talked of as work in progress are needed. And you see, as you continue shaping, you introduce more laws.
Yeah, because as a society.
I once upon a time looked at the Constitution of the United States of America. It's like an encyclopedia. If you compare it with ours, ours is a small booklet.
Yes.
The one of US that have had to protect and to build on that democracy is as big as this.
It's a volume.
It's a volume full of what? Laws and regulations and amendments. So we need that. There's no harm in that. Because as you introduce more laws and regulations, you're shaping the democracy practices of a particular area of or a country.
Sure, yeah.
My senior Dean, I want to just differ a little bit on the issue that he asked first about should we now regulate and put so much money that you should have in order for you to go into your campaigns. I don't think that will solve the problem because some constituencies are smaller. What I need to win in Kapiripiti or whatever.
No, it is here in Imbarala. One was winning with 4,000, another one was winning Eresua with 26,000.
Yeah, so that money, I mean, if you say 50 million, whoever that is there maybe just needs 10. And here in Kampala, you'll need 100, you need 50. But what will actually help us is, number one, to make sure that everybody that is going in any office is a stakeholder. They have business worth. And what is their net worth? It's very important. You cannot just come and you want to be an MP and you're renting where you're staying. Really. You understand? What is your net worth? And the money, because someone can say, if you say, oh, you need to, after paying whatever that you need to pay, then you need to have money and you show it. I can borrow that money. But what is the net worth that shows that you have been paying tax in this company?
You've been earning.
This is your earning, and it can be proved. You understand? They need to have that track so that we don't have passerbys here. I know one person who is contesting to be town clerk, not town clerk, town council LC3 chairman. In that particular place, he's renting one room. Jesus Christ. How can we trust you?
On that bad morning when the landlord says you are no longer going to be in my Muzigo.
Then the chairman of the LC3 chairman will go to another village. Really, there's something that we just need to correct. and I think that will be okay.
You know, sometimes you look at certain situations and you're like, how did we get
yes.
Because we one of the problems that President Trump has had, because still there, is the issue of tax evasion, and it has stuck with him, I think, for the entire his presidency. because they say this man has been evading taxes, and that record is clear because you cannot forge it. Now, I think we also need to have that this person, you need a clearance certificate from Uganda Revenue Authority.
Thank you.
That you are a payer of taxes. And to be able to pay taxes, it means you also involved in some production of sort, that you are doing something that even without being paid by taxpayers' money in Parliament, you still can survive on your own. You have been, there is a track record that you have been surviving. But this issue of a person, and we are not saying that people should not come from school and go to Parliament, but a person just escapes from a school, university, or because the law says senior six. After your S6 and you now feel that there is a vacancy where you can go and you get to Parliament. But what are you going to discuss? Because you are going to represent the people. Do you even know the needs of those people you are representing? And you are going to build the roads and the schools, sincerely, even if you don't even have a house of your own. So some of the discussions that I think this country needs to look at, that when it comes to leadership, let's be serious, that we don't subject the position of a president or a parliament or such a person of a district to whoever may be interested, but we need to look at people who are tested and can sit down and talk and look at the issues of the people and see how to sort them. But otherwise, because not everyone, you can be a politician, fine, but you may not be a leader.
That's right.
That's right. So these are some of the discussions that we need. And now, when you look at this Kampala Central, it gives us a picture. Because we heard from Hajat when she was saying that she can name some of the places, the small...
Actually, all the 135
villages
she can name them.
Of Kampala. It now resonates with what you are saying of the prostitutes, that a person can walk from some place and finds a place somewhere and sits and now begins to campaign and becomes a leader in that place.
Yes, yes.
But heaven's sake, you are not one of those people in that place. But because there is money exchanging hands, you can bribe your way to whichever position you want. No wonder we're having some of these problems.
And we must not fear to put these guidelines straight. Because someone also was saying, what about some of us who stopped in senior 4? Can't we be good leaders? There is a guideline. We need senior 6. Let me tell you, you cannot represent the disabled if you are not disabled. Yes, you might know about disabled people, but they want you to feel there. you must act. So you're going to Parliament to represent businessmen in this country,
Professor,
who are investors. You are not an investor. No, excuse me. You can't. How can you be a mayor of a city? One of the most prestigious titles. A mayor must be a stakeholder. You are a host of every guest that comes to
the city.
And the mayor doesn't have a house there. Jesus Christ, how do you do that? And this is happening in Kampala, in Uganda.
I know of, talking of a mayor, of course, when we were growing up as children, whenever you'd hear of a mayor, you'd remember those Christmas carols when a mayor will come up in the chains and the children are given biscuits, you know. Now, there is this time when one of the cities, a mayor was elected, I think 2 days after election, we found this mayor, because he used to have a workshop and also had hardware. Now we found this mayor carrying spanners and Jesus, and was in the town now trying to sort out the sewage system. People are like, oh, no, we are dead.
I can imagine.
But I think also Dean talked about it, about the issue of qualifications in this city and this country. at one point there was a movement of people who wanted to have at least representation in parliament for not having gone to school.
True.
And it became very popular, by the way. And we find very many men and women saying, no, we also need representation. Now we're wondering, what are you going to be discussing in parliament? That people shouldn't go to school?
The benefits of not going to school. Jesus
but that is how crazy things can be when people are not guided.
Yes, yes.
So I think what we are saying is that we need some of these things to be put in the books of the law that can guide.
Even Bad Black has ever wanted prostitutes to be represented in parliament, so that we can have a chief prostitute who will be in parliament. You know, I don't understand.
Terrible.
Some of the things we laugh about them, but you know,
God,
Uganda is big fun. Now, Dean, as we were looking at these figures, you realize that, and again, something that we had discussed about yesterday, when you go to a polling station and you don't have a candidate. Today we have figures coming from Electoral Commission that the country has about 57,000 polling stations. Now, sometimes for MPs, we were talking about the presidents, but we have also had cases of MPs who could not also provide polling agents in their polling stations. But you know, these are about maybe 15, they could not be more than 10,000 in a constituency. Then where is the problem?
One, people have different intentions, most especially when it comes to campaigning, but at the same time standing in to contesting for certain positions. There are those that are always rooting for the position itself, and of course they have to put in the work. There are those that are rooting for the tag to be seen as having participated, and on their CV somewhere they will present that I was a member of parliament candidate, and somehow it will be beneficial. So such a person will not put in a lot. They will be a part, but they won't contest. The ones that normally are close in terms of competing are the ones who are rooting for the position. So that is the reason as to why you'll find that some of these members may fail to have agents at the polling stations of that particular constituency. But then there are those who don't even have the money or the capacity, like he said. And they are praying and saying, okay, let me try to put a member here, an agent, a representative at polling station A, B, C, and D, where I expect to get some votes, and then it will be done. So those are some of the reasons at the lowest level.
I can add on two. One, in Uganda, in Buganda here, there's a word they say, echinyumu. Someone goes for that office just because other people have gone for the office.
Exactly.
And you think you will. You understand? You have not understood the clear guidelines. What is required of you, how much are you going to spend on it, but because, the other guy who went in that parliament, he bought a BMW, and he does, now you also want to be, to go. So that creates that picture where people get into something
and they don't know. They don't have actually representation in many polling stations because we're not ready for it. You understand? We're not ready at all. And then another thing is people are not trained and taught that this is what it is. At my school, when you come looking for a job and you want to teach P7, I ask you, what is the role of a P7 teacher? You must give me everything because you want a job. And someone comes and says, then you're not ready for this job. You understand? So if we have what he says and these two, I think we will have a better country.
Yeah, so gentlemen, we are coming to the top of the hour, and we've been looking at the results as they were coming in, at least for today. Most of the results, according to the Electoral Commission, more than 80% have been received by Electoral Commission, and we are seeing President Museveni with about 7 million, and the next contender, Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu, with 2 million, 0.1. And the rest have gone down that way. Nandala, with the first-time participant, has more than Mugisha Muntu, who has been there twice. And I was told Nandala was involved in yesterday during the elections. As we got the report, that was injured after in the election because he had gone to another polling station to vote. After voting for himself, where he lost to President Museveni, also went to a polling station to vote for another person, and he was injured in the process there. And I was told this morning that he was hospitalized, and we wish him a quick recovery. Other than that, we have seen that the results are more or less what as one would expect. Because we didn't expect Kasivantis and others to get more votes than the Nandala and Mugisha Muntu. So the trend is on. And some of this, like you said, maybe people also want appearances, that at least appeared as a presidential candidate like Katumba Oye, and is very okay with that. So
probably to come in.
And that will also be your closing shot.
Okay. The issue of Nandala leading Muntu. Muntu has ever been president for FDC. But Muntu's ideology or political ideology, if you follow him closely, is not to own the party. Is always to serve the party. FDC has lived long enough to outcompete ANT. That in as much as is the president of ANT, but FDC has been established long enough to support even the current candidate to garner as many votes as possible. So, and yet ANT is in its development
and offshoot
stages. So that is expected, that there would be followers and supporters of FDC that exist all over the country in bigger numbers as compared to the ANT party, which is headed by General Muntu.
And of course, I think that also, first of all, I think his basic thinking about leadership was the reason for his departure from the FDC, but also that FDC over time, like you said, has put structures, and if they were together, I think they would now be rivaling the movement in having structures. One of the disadvantages that NUP is having is that they don't have structures into the grassroots. It is a movement of the willing, but they are not constituted and grounded in terms of structures. Some places they don't even have offices. I think that's why. But they support, people support it.
Unfortunately, when General Muntu was the president of the party, he never got the chance to stand in as the presidential candidate for FDC.
Yeah, but at the same time, he was the one who was responsible of establishing structures within the FDC. And of course, the issues of money, when issues of money started.
When money issues come through.
So, Big Sam,
yes, sir.
we can be having your closing shot on this, and then we'll also go and have some sleep.
I just want to thank Ugandans for having a peaceful election. And I always want to speak wisdom. And today, as we go out of here, I want you to think about being on someone's profile picture or drop picture as you were there. It does not mean that you are their favorite. If you don't believe me, then you should check out a picture of a cockroach on a doom spray. It is there as a very nice picture of a cockroach, but inside the doom spray is what will kill it. We are into elections. Uganda is not going to go away. Please have wisdom. The biggest price that you can ever pay to your community, your country, your family is peace. God bless you.
Of course, I will never want to be on someone's profile picture. Just as a cockroach. Ndukudini, you can have your closing shot.
I won't differ from what my brother said about peace, because me, I believe peace is the first heaven on earth.
Yes.
If you have peace with your neighbors, you actually experiencing heaven. But before I close, I also want to congratulate the MP of Busiro East, where my home is in Buloba, Magola. I'm not a supporter of his party, where he's been, but I'm a supporter of his resilience.
Yes.
Because I've watched his story.
He's been there for a long time.
He first started this journey as the spokesperson and campaigner of the lady that defeated Honorable Sevalu. I think the lady was
Susan Nakauchi.
Susan Nakauchi. He did the job well in all parts of Busiro East. And when the lady won, somehow they went separate ways. It was not so rosy. So next, he has been the runners-up of Honorable Segona, but he didn't lose heart. The lowest of everything is when he expected actually to get the ticket of NOP, and he was denied the ticket. He had even removed the posters and everything until things changed, and he was called upon to run as an independent, and now is MP. The story is rosy, and congratulations to Honorable Emmanuel Magola for the resilience. But of course, Busiro East is waiting for what you've promised them for almost over 20 years. You have now the chance to deliver.
Yeah, that's the challenge.
That's the biggest challenge.
That's the challenge.
But also, I congratulate everyone who has won elections and those that have participated. For us in Olympic spiritism, because I understand the sports, there is a theme that whoever participates is a winner.
Is a winner.
Because without other
losers.
competitors, you can't have winners.
You can't have a winner alone.
Yeah. So those are my closing remarks.
Thank you so much.
And God bless you all.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dean. Thank you so much, Bwana Big Sam, for Doctor and the LC chairman, for this time of the night. It has gone. It's getting of the morning now, and thanks to the UBC team that has been behind this important production. I also thank Ugandans who have been following this. I know there are people who are also burning the midnight candles to find out whether their candidates have won or they have lost, or they themselves have either won or lost. And we congratulate you all for participating, but also for the peace that has been exhibited in most, of course, or almost all the parts of this part where we have had elections. We will be back here tomorrow again, and like the Electoral Commission has promised, I think it's true that tomorrow we'll be having the final results from all the polling stations of Uganda, and basing on that, the Electoral Commission will now declare the winner, presidential winner of 2026 election. Until then, we'll be also on UBC watching, but as we retire now, we anticipate that more programs are coming, so please don't go away. But you can, for now, also have to retire, because soon we'll be back on air with more results and with the, more arrangements by the Electoral Commission on what happens next. And from here, we are continuing, like the police man was saying, that until May, when we shall have a new government, we are now going to have a transition for the next 3 months. Even when President Museveni wins and is declared tomorrow, he will be in the transition for the next 3 months.
He will be president-elect.
Elect for the next 3 months until we have finally a government in power by May, which will be sworn in until then. So thank you so much. Until tomorrow is when we shall be meeting. God bless you and have the best of the morning.
Let's talk peace. Now, as we draw close to the election day, I'd like to address you as critical stakeholders in the future of Uganda. As mothers of this nation, I call upon you to use your platform to promote peace. We are the cement that fortifies the house of Uganda. We can therefore protect the peace of our country, because one cannot raise dust on a cement floor. Therefore, if we learn to do what ensures that we get results, that is to pray to the loving, living God who has kept this country for close to 40 years in peace, then we will preserve the peace. If we say no to violence, then there will be no violence. God will give us the victory that will open doors for us from this day to know that we can be unstoppable.
Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Let's talk peace.
We are into the political season. The atmosphere is highly charged. There is a lot of excitement everywhere you look. But elections come and go. We all remain the same people staying in this one country. We must prioritize peace. We do not want to witness violence. No one should be throwing stones. No one should be using inciting language or abusing others. No one should use a stick against a fellow citizen. No one should use bullets or even tear gas against citizens. Instead, we should sit as brothers and sisters, as Ugandans, and discuss issues that may appear different, one camp from the other. I look forward to seeing an NRM supporter sitting with an NUP supporter and taking coffee. I want to see somebody from Arua sitting down for a cup of coffee with someone from Bugisu, from Chigezi, from Buganda. Let's learn to tolerate each other, even when we have differences between us, because that's how we are created. We are not the same. What we should appreciate is that we can all live together. Uganda is big enough for everyone. So we should respect one another. We should not incite violence. We should not in any way participate in anything that breaches the peace. That's my call to all Ugandans during this season.
Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Let's talk peace. I am the Most Reverend Dr. Stephen Samuel Kazimba Mugaru, the 9th Archbishop of the Church of Uganda, but also Chair Council of Presidents for Intelligence Council of Uganda. It is your God-given opportunity to go and elect your leaders. Some people are wondering whether this is just a constitutional right. Not only that, it's a biblical mandate from Proverbs chapter 18, verse 18. The Bible says, casting a vote settle disputes. So casting a vote is biblical and it's God-given. Now I want to call upon all Ugandans. In the morning, wake up, go and vote, because it is your God-given mandate. But also I want to invite that people, everybody, we keep the peace, because peace is very, very important. We belong to different parties, but we are Ugandans. We should remember that voting or elections is just an event. It's a seasonal thing for this particular time. And once it's done, we put leaders in place, and then life must continue. No reason of hating, no reason of promoting hatred or even fighting. And I want to call upon the security agencies, please do your job of protecting the people, so that after the end of it all, we'll come back as Ugandans.
Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Let's talk peace.
Hi guys, we are going into the elections as a country. My job, your job is to pray that God himself will choose for us the best leaders, whether they are in this party or in this party. As long as it is God who has chosen them, then he will be with them. May God help us as we vote. Also, I encourage all my young people, make sure you stay alive to see your future. Be peaceful, don't fight. Someday I saw a guy getting a rock and telling a guy with a gun, Okolechi, Okolechi. I'm like, come on, you have a future to protect. Make sure you are peaceful. Even though your wife, your sister, your brother does not vote your side, make sure you stay alive together as you wait for the future that you are believing for. Stay peaceful, stay calm, and pray.
Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Let's talk peace.
As we go into the final lap of the electoral campaigns and into polling, we are calling upon all the people of Uganda to conduct themselves peacefully. First of all, the candidates, we call upon you to use suitable language that shows respect and tolerance, and language that promotes peace and unity, because we are all Ugandans and elections should not divide us. So we call for language that is respectful of people's cultures, people's views, and is tolerant, because we all have different views, but we all want to have a very, very united country, Uganda, and a progressive one at that. So we are calling upon you to conduct yourself peacefully as we go into the final days of the campaigns, and on polling day, to respect the views of others and to accept the results of the elections, and know that after the elections, there will still be a Uganda, and we need each other as citizens of Uganda. I wish you a peaceful electoral process, and I call upon you to be peaceful. Peace-loving Ugandans. God bless you.
Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
This venue of the National Tally Center for the 2026 presidential elections. Lord Chairperson and Commissioners, you're welcome. The chairperson of the Electoral Commission, you're welcome. You may take your seat, please. Please. The chairperson of the Electoral Commission, the deputy chairperson, commissioners, acting secretary, the agents of presidential candidates in this presidential election, in this general election, representatives of political parties, heads of missions that are observing these general elections, local and international, representatives of civil society organizations, the heads of clergy that are in the room, members of the press, staff of the Electoral Commission, and all Ugandans that are following these developments here at the National Tally Center for the presidential elections of 2026. You are all welcome to this evening session at which the Commission is going to inform you about the developments so far in the presidential elections. And without much ado, I will hand over to the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, Justice Byabakama Morgan Simon, to convene us and lead us in this session this evening. Lord Chair, over to you.
Thank you very much, Julius. Our distinguished guests, I think in our midst wish to recognize the presence of the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament. You are welcome. And the other dignitaries who are here present. Once again, I wish to welcome you to this session, the third session of the day, when we let the people of Uganda know further preliminary results of the presidential elections that we have received at this study center so far. The total number of registered voters, 21,649,67. That is 067. Total number of polling stations, 50,739. Total number of polling stations from which the results have been received so far, 35,491, which represents 69.95% of the total number of polling stations. At this hour, the performance of the presidential candidates is as follows. Bulira Frank Kavinga, 35,315 votes, representing 0.44% of the valid votes cast for the candidates. Kasvante Robert, 24,564, representing 0.31% of valid votes cast for candidates. Kyagulanyi Sentam Robert, 1,709,474, representing 21.33% of valid votes cast. Mabirizi Joseph, 16,813, 44,367, representing 0.55% of the valid votes cast. Munyagwa Mubarak Serunga, 22,232 votes, representing 0.28%.
Infrastructures. Then now the third, he spoke about the people. We have peace and security, we have this socio-economic development infrastructures in place, but the people are not hooked to these projects. How do we get the people to benefit from these advantages that we have? And that is why I speak about household income, household poverty, making sure every household is productive to the extent that they were even went with the videos showing around who has done what in this area. Now, to me, that was the masterpiece of this campaign. Bringing the wananchi, the voter, to understand that they have a lot to play in order to fight poverty in their households. It is not only government. Government will give you the enabling environment, but you as an individual, you have a lot of work to do to fight poverty in your household. So this message went around so well, and people received them, and it became a plus for us. Yeah.
I know you must have had a really hectic schedule, but my last question to you, Right Honorable Todong, is you are the leading party, the biggest, as you call it, the mass party. How do you galvanize this country to pull together, especially to ensure that the households you're looking at, the individuals, are got out of poverty?
We have been doing this through our preachings that focus at the mass line. The mass line means that we concentrate on things that unite the population, not things that divide the population. And all this infrastructure development we are talking about are things that unite the people, and just to empower them to be productive. Once you have what you're producing, and you know what you take to the market, your relationship with your neighbor will be product-market relationship. It's not about religion, not about tribe, but it will be about product. I produce soybeans, somebody else is buying my soybeans. So it is in my interest that the buyer of my soybean is peaceful, so that I earn. That is the kind of relationship we are preaching in Uganda. And it has worked up so well, to the extent that when government was doing rationalization of agencies, I don't know whether you recall, that you could see the debate in Uganda moving sub-region by sub-region, where sub-regions are protecting products. To me, that was lovely. And I challenge my people of the north that Buganda is speaking about coffee and matoke, Toro is speaking about tea, Ankole is speaking about dairy products, Busoga is speaking about sugarcane. What are we speaking about in the north? From Teso up to West Nile, what do we have for the market? We have advantage of cereal production. We need to improve our cereal production. And so this is about leadership. What can the leaders do? Lango sub-region, for example, is like the hub of cereal processing. But what is West Nile bringing on board? What is Karamoja bringing on board? What is Teso bringing on board? Yes, fruit factory, fruit.
Ten 458 votes. Odege, John Michael, independent, 402 votes. Okweli, Benjamin of NRM, 68, 103 votes. Ministers, independent, 308 votes. The total number of valid votes cast for all candidates are 81,400. Total number of rejected votes, 1,072 votes. Total number counted, obtained the largest number of votes to be the elected candidate of Kenya County to Kenya District Labour Parliament. Personality numbers 74, 3,001. Easy Joseph votes. Mugisha Mutoya 61 votes. Mamba Senunga 86 votes. Nana Mafaru Nathan 1,028 votes. Yuri Kamuta Museveni 109,900 votes. Total number of votes cast for all candidates 14,862 votes.
Mukedia is purely NRM dominated. So the competition was between an NRM. There were those who were independent, but they're also part of NRM. So that's why I was actually the point saying that the competition was between NRM, though for them they stood as independent. Me, I was holding the flag. And I had to defend the flag which was handed to me, one, by people during the NRM primaries. And then secondly, I also had to defend the president who handed me the flag on the 5th of November. I had dropped the flag, or if I had failed, it means I would have disappointed the people, primaries, and I would have disappointed the president in person, also handed me the flag. That's why the team who came to support me in the campaign, with the importance and the love of the party, that actually saw me achieve what I have today. I think because of campaigns, like I said earlier before, it's not because it's the issue about transforming ideology and also giving them the message party has been giving them before. I had to follow and I also had to follow my own manifesto. And those things are actually beyond all my other competitors, where no other person spoke about what manifesto they had. Instead, they resorted into of character assassination, which is not the principle of as a party. NRM as a party is a uniting force, development. They believe in so many other things, and unity, the things which the party is actually standing in. So that to achieve what I have gained, mode of transforming with the services, not just with the excitement.
Yes. Yes, as you've heard, the vibe which is behind me here hyped, but I want to tell you that Honorable Becha Mokware won with 1,000 votes, which is a big margin. So I wonder, Mama, how does it feel to have your candidate win? No, the Okos candidate MP Bukedia County, Yalamaite, Nyasi Ibala Sobe, Bukedia Keda NRM, Egogodi Langi, Jimmy NRM, Anejai, a Bicham Okwere David, Angeda Botin with Poo, Otomo Bukedia district, Nyasi Kuju. So that NRM is very sweet and they feel like carrying Honorable Okware. So I'm one of the campaign managers. Yes, how does it feel to have a win?
My dear, I can speak. I am overwhelmed with happiness. We have walked this and we shall continue walking with him. We are very excited as and we are happy. We want to thank Right Honorable Speaker and Papa for really giving our candidate a flag. And therefore, we are going and we shall continue guiding our candidate to make sure he fulfills the manifesto.
Thank you very much. And your name, and this is one of the elders we have. Tell us, how does it feel to live in a time where politics is changing?
Laboratory Margaret are my names, and I have been in this from 1997 up to today. I feel very, very excited and happy. I have been foundation for Bishop, Vice Chairperson, Motors, and now I'm very happy that is there. And I predicted comment direct.
So let me hear the mood. How does it?
day, and not forgetting that tomorrow will be the final day on when he will be making the final declaration on who will be the presidential winner. Who will it be? Will it be candidate Yoweri Kaguta Museveni? Will it be candidate Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu? Will it be candidate Gregory Mugisha Muntu? Will it be Nathan Nandala Mafabi? Remember, there are still 8 candidates in the race, but so far from the different polling stations, news that we have covered so far, 35,483 polling stations, those so far that have actually sent in their results coming in, making it 69.95%, and when you do round off, you get to around 70%. But I'll be having a discussion with the Honorable Minister for the Youth, that is Honorable Balam Barugahara. He will be giving us his projection, his overview. How has he seen this general election? Talking about democracy, is this the democracy that we talk about? Talking about internet, youths out there, we all have youths. If you're a parent, you have a son, a child, a daughter who is a youth, and part of the things they're asking about is the communication, the internet devices. A number of jobs have been affected. How will all these be compensated in one way or another? Honorable, you're live on UBC. Thank you for sparing time. Your general overview, projection of how far the election has been on your side, Honorable.
First of all, I need to thank the viewers who are tuned in to the national broadcaster. I want to congratulate all Ugandans who took part in the election exercise countrywide. Personally, I went and voted in Masindi Chijura, because you cannot promote protection of gains when yourself you don't take part in the process. So I want to thank the Banyoro and all Ugandans who have demonstrated their love to the president. On average, in Bunyoro, in Masindi, His Excellency the President, he has 72% using the district declaration form. In Hoima City, it's close to 70. in Bulisa 71, Chiryandongo 72, Chikube 82, Kagadi and all the other districts of Greater Chivale. Generally in Bunyoro we have done well. All our members of parliament, flag bearers, went through, apart from Hoima City, where Honorable Asinas Nyakato of PFF and Honorable Ismail Kasule of Alliance for National Transformation have emerged victorious, and they were declared by the Independent Electoral Commission. In the first place, I need to thank Justice Simon Byabakama and the commissioners, plus the staff at all levels, for organizing the most transparent, peaceful, and credible election that many observers, I'm sure, their statement will credit it one of the best elections organized in Africa. I want to thank our Independent Electoral Commission. Every 5 years, I see they are improving quite much. The transparency of this election is even shown at the Tally Center, the National Tally Center, where we are now, whereby you click in a polling station, the district, sub-county, polling station, it gives you the accurate figure, the same as what is on the declaration form. And each candidate was allowed to have polling agents who picked their forms. Many people, this is an election which has been honestly transparent, because many big dogs have been thrown out. As you could be aware, a couple of colleagues, ministers, have been let down. They have been by the voters. That is how credible this election is. Political parties also have casualties. Honorable Semu Uganda is no more. Honorable Segona is no more. Honorable Mpuga is close to no more. They have all lost. That is how strong this election Ugandans have demonstrated. And they cannot blame any RM that any RM cheated. They have not been won by any RM people, other than, actually, it's other parties. Honestly, like now look at Honorable Semu Uganda. He lost to Council Musisi from National Unity Platform. Another National Unity Platform is winning in Mutundwe Masaka. Another National Unity Platform person is leading. So that shows how credible the process has been.
Honorable.
In Jinja, which we call a big city in the east, NRM flag bearer has lost to 3 new people, and we accepted. Even here in Kawempa and other places, they might win us. So what my appeal to Ugandans, especially to political parties and supporters, let us respect the outcome of the election. Then as regards to my projection as a mobilizer, we have done our work with our chairman, the president, the SEC members and the Secretary General, plus the structures, all the structures. Our campaign was structure-based. Campaigns were conducted at all levels of the structure, right from the grassroots, from the family to the LC10 ward, to the ward, to the sub-county, to the constituency. So this election has been one of the best well-organized elections. Now,
Honorable, before we go very far, what is your basis when you talk about transparency and how organized this election was? We did talk to some observers and agents from different political parties, and they are not actually accepting what has been part of the information that has been declared by the Electoral Commission.
You see, some observers observe on NTV, on UBC. They are not observing in the field. You cannot get someone who's observing by ear talk at a border stage, and you call that one an observer. Observer should be able to trail the vote where it is cast in the village, at the polling station in the village. How many of them have been able to reach Bulisa? How many of them have been able to reach Noya? How many of these observers have reached Obongi? How many of them have reached Koboko? Very few will confirm that they have gone there. So what I know is this election is one of the most transparent elections. That is why you find even in opposition parties winning other opposition parties. That is credit where NRM had the candidates. Because where they are winning us, we had the candidates. Like in Jinja, we had the candidates where we lose members of parliament, where we are losing colleague ministers in constituencies. I mean, they are being won by either independents or other parties. Let people learn to respect outcomes of election. And I want to thank our president for his stamina. Actually, our president he could have done even 600 rallies, but he was over-controlled by the Secretary General, who wanted him to do less rallies a day. But the president could have done 4 rallies in a day.
That was by choice?
No, not by choice. The president wants to reach everywhere. But also, it is nice that he didn't cover the whole country, reaching every constituency. That was very nice. He would have even scored 96.
But he was in every district, right?
Yeah, every district doesn't make every constituency. We have 4 constituencies in some districts, like in Kampala, sorry, in Ruero, Bamunani, Kadia, a couple of constituencies. So our previous campaigns, we used to go to every constituency. Now this new method of campaigns, we are going to only one venue in a given district.
Honorable, you did talk about transparency and how credible so far the process has been. But
the process is credible and very transparent. That is why you see every party which participated in the election, they have observers here, tally center observers who are taking part in the tallying.
The polling agents.
They have been given a computer with a link where they can compare what they have and what is being declared. So far, none of them has challenged not even one polling station. So every result given to this computer or given at this center, it is verified, satisfied, and accurate. Even there is one of the polling stations where Muzai didn't get so many votes and Chagulanyi got votes. I've seen it is there.
Honorable, the fact that the internet was shut down, we do have a few people we've talked to outside there in the field, and they are already willing to challenge so far what has been said out by the Electoral Commission.
No, if they challenge, it is a constitutional right to challenge. You see, now that is a civilized way of doing things. If someone wants to challenge an election legally, he has a right to, because he or she will present what basis of our suit. So, I mean, I don't see any problem. Someone challenge, it's a constitutional right. It's by law. And they will always go and challenge, and the president will win them. Because the president is a very humble man who respects the law and who wants everything to be done in a proper way. He wants the will of the people to be respected. Where the member of parliament has won, he says the will of people must always be respected. I've never seen a kind, humble man like that man.
Honorable, you did talk about...
As to internet, initially UCC said they had switched off, probably for security reasons. But then the latest I'm getting from my friends in Mombasa, a ship was passing by, it hit an internet cable into 2. So they are trying to locate the other piece to connect it.
Honorable, that is information we cannot justify right now, but because the EC, UCC did release a letter that all Ugandans are actually following right now.
That is okay.
Even if
internet will be reinstated. The person who brought internet is the person you have voted. That is one of the gains you have. Did you have internet in 1986? Did you have it? Did your mother tell you that they had internet? But it was the country not running.
But things are changing, Honorable. We are moving in a world that is digital.
It's just a matter of days, maybe 2 weeks or 1 week, or they are working, our technicians are working to restore it. Let us trust in the president. The one who brought it will restore it. He's working around the clock. Our technicians are working closely. So what UCC told you, they have a right to tell you, and the facts that we know, as people who work in that telecom sector, we know that the cable was affected. And they are restoring it, they are fixing it.
How do you justify this? Why does this happen in this electoral process?
You know, the problem with you young people, you're wasting a lot of time on TikTok instead of listening to the message of the president. And those ones who have listened to the message of the president have voted him overwhelmingly. Can I tell you, the president won in Arua Central. He has never won in Arua Central. For all the times we have had elections in Uganda, he has never won in Arua Central. He's the winner of Arua Central. Arua, what we call Central Division, is the one who won. So people are loving the president. Now there are districts where you know where he is not to get so much support, like Etugum, Noya, those other districts. He's doing so well. He has done so well. Everyone has listened to the man's message, and they are rewarding him.
Honorable, very many youths have been using the internet. They have been surviving on the internet, feeding their families. But this is something that has been off for now about 2 days, going into the third day. Very many businesses have been affected.
I'm sure the technical team the technical team and security, they are working around the clock to see that that is resolved. That shouldn't be a problem. That internet shouldn't be a problem. They are working on it.
Honorable,
cares about young people.
You talked.
President is the president of young people.
You talked about people accepting results and as and when things results keep coming in. Are you ready to face that challenge just in case things don't go your way?
You see, now this is where sometimes journalists you go wrong. You can't say things don't go my way when in opinion polls our candidate was leading by 80%.
It is not yet done.
Yes, the other day when you had an interview with him on election day, he told you his projections about 80%. I've told you this several times personally, that the way I've gone to every district of Uganda, personally, in my capacity, I anticipate we can score between 68, 69 or 70. We can, because we have other factors held constant. So me, I believe 70 or 69 or 68, we can do it. We can score that. So I want you to believe in the process. So I cannot say, will I accept the outcome? Yes, I will accept the outcome because I will be declared the winner. Our party will be declared the winner.
In your opinion, Honorable?
In opinion, we will be declared the winner because even at 70% of votes collected, declaration form collected by EC, our party is leading by 75%. Why don't I say 90%? So I believe the more they collect is the more other candidates are also earning. I've seen one of the candidates who had 5,000. Now this evening I've seen he has risen to 37,000. Then Honorable Chagulanyi had 1.2 million. By this evening is at 2.8 million. And our President Yoweri Museveni is close to 7 million. So I believe by the end of the process, when all polling stations are filled in, our candidate could score. Our projection was 13 million, but we have gone short of 13 million due to minimal or low voter turn-up.
What could be the cause, Honorable, in your own opinion, your view?
The reason for low turn-up, one is Ugandans are very busy with work. Ugandans are busy with...
It's a public holiday, Honorable. Public holiday from yesterday and today.
Public holiday does not stop a farmer, does not stop someone rearing his pigs from working. The Ugandans who value public holiday to make money. People are making chapati, others were making mandazi, others are on their farms. Women are busy with their poultry projects, others are feeding their pigs. People are quite busy. So that could be one of the reasons. You see, when a country is economically prospering, when a country is prospering, the economic activities are honored and respected. So that is what I think the turn-up could have been due to the business of Ugandans who no longer have time to make oye, oye, or shout.
Honorable, you did move around Kampala. Are you convinced with what you saw on the different streets here within Kampala region?
Yeah, we had a public holiday yesterday and today. I hope you are aware. So when it's a public holiday, some people are resting in their homes, especially government workers are resting in their homes. Now, UBC staff, if you didn't have this broadcast, will also be resting at home. So we expect less turn up, and then we are crossing into the weekend. So when we cross into the weekend, unless the Secretary General or the President announce a victory party, many Ugandans will celebrate in their homes. I have a friend who bought a goat and 2 crates of beer and a crate of soda, only waiting to announce the President that Mzee has won.
Honorable,
people want to celebrate in their homes.
The D-Day is tomorrow. What should Ugandans expect after declaration on whoever will be the winner and thereafter?
I'm appealing to all Ugandans to celebrate in your homes, those who can celebrate. Those ones who can receive the results on Entebbe Road as we head to Kampala, well and better. But I'm appealing to everyone in their different districts to celebrate in a minimal way, because now people don't have so much money to celebrate all the time, and we don't want to block traffic that we are celebrating on streets, which will not be different from the other people. So we can have a minimal celebration of the technical team, of the working people here, Yeah, so the people who are at the Tare Center, NRM people, so we can have a few people celebrating, delivering the certificate to our candidate or to his office. So we can have, people should expect a minimal celebration around Kampala, a minimal celebration around Kampala. But I want to thank Ugandans who have won, congratulate those colleagues who have won, colleague ministers and members of parliament. And then also I need to thank my president for allowing us work and putting in an enabling environment that has made many Ugandans participate freely in the electoral process. I want to honor the president, and I want to thank Mama who protects and who provides food to our father, the president, for making our president healthy and able to do the sacrifice. Like the president told you, he doesn't need you, you need him, because you need his brain, you need his experience as a bus driver. We cannot give our country to amateurs, people who don't have manifestos to run. So many Ugandans heard the president's message, and that's why they are saying we cannot lose this old man with a heart. We can't lose him. Let him continue ruling us. Let him continue taking Uganda to the next level. So
Thank you.
on behalf of my colleagues who are here, the Secretary General, my senior brother Byarwanga, Moses, and everyone, please let's wait for the Electoral Commission at all levels, not even in the constituency levels. Let's wait. The law allows 48 hours to declare results. So let us believe in the Electoral Commission. The results will be released. We have only 30% left to trail in. Maybe by the last brief today, we will be at 80%. Hopefully, we shall have our results and certificate tomorrow. I congratulate all the winners, and I sympathize with colleagues who didn't make it.
Thank you.
Muzora, the party is anti, is scored 182. David Ruiz Rubongoya, nope, is scored 18,242. Kavanda Misa Nabengo, NRM. She scored 22. Hello? Hello? She scored 22,332. Karuhanga Rina, independent, scored 124. Kasozi Abduwahab, Jema, scored 48. Kiua Ronald, independent, scored 122. Kushawa Susan, independent, scored 628. Lucy Abraham, independent, is scored 4,973. Ruanga Alan, independent, scored 179. Minawa Farouk, FDC, is scored 143. Muhanji Moses Kapere, independent, is scored 1,981. Nakuya Aida, the party is Democratic Front, She scored 344. Natuherwa Fiona Destiny, independent, she scored 91. Tamale Idiwaswa, independent, scored 58. Walangirira Abdallah, People's Front for Freedom, he scored 94. Sorry, he scored 74. 74. I repeated that one. The total number of valid votes cast for candidates, 49,538. Total number of rejected invalid ballot paper, 1,330. Total number of ballot papers counted, 50,868. The total number of spoiled ballot papers, 418. Are we there? Accordingly, as a returning officer for Kampala Electoral District, and in accordance with Section 77, subsection 1 of the Parliamentary Elections Act, Cap 177, I declare Kabanda Misa Nabengo I declare Kavanda Misa Nabengo, who has obtained the largest number of votes, to be the elected candidate for Kampala Central Division Constituency, Kampala District. We wish you well.
Yagala kusooka kabaza banna Kampala abataddemu obwesige akalute kabadde kangu naye nga nkayiseemu bulungi era nebaza Mukama akampisizaamu singa simaanyi ga Mukama saali kayiseemu. Kampala Central munene ekyokuyima evuganya n'abantu abanene nga Secretary General wa Nuupu mbadde evuganya n'abantu abalala bangi nnyo nga banene era ng'ebiina bye babateekamu obwesige tubadde 16 ne bannondamu nga nsobodde okuba nga mpangudde Kampala Central Division nga MP waabwe era nga nkakasa nti bannakampala ngenda bakule kano akalulu si kange ka bannakampala kuno obuwanguzi si bwange bwa bannakampala era nsuubira nti bannakampala ngenda bakolera bulungi nnyo ngenda bawa service gye bateekeddwa okubeera ngenda bateesa mu paalamenti nga ntwala ebirowoozo byabwe mu paalamenti n'okudda mu community ndi munnakampala gye baagala mbimanyi era mmanyi tinja kusobola okubikolako nga bwe beetaaga. Yes.
Yavudde wano ng'agamba akalulu tekabadde ka mazima na bwenkanya era ng'agamba ne bw'oba gwe wangudde akalulu si ka mazima. Okyogerako ki?
Nze sobola nti si ka mazima kubanga nayise mu procedure zonna eziteekeddwa okukola. After nomination twatandika campaigns era n'entambula kyalo ku kyalo n'enkola meetings zaabwe ne meetinga different categories of people. Nze ate simulanko ng'ayiseyo olukiiko yadde olumu bwe luti mu kyalo nti alukoze era nga nze mbadde ngamba nti bakalulu agenda kajjawa ne kakoze kano kanene nnyo kubanga mbadde entambula nga bunaku ntambula emyezi ebiri gye baatuwa ngenda kunju nkola rallies ngenda nga different people abavubuka abakyala abasajja bonna abantu ab'ebigaali abatembeeyi bonna nga mbasinkana naye nga yesimuliranko ng'agamba tibannange bano basinkanye so nga neebuuza era nze ndowooza nti ekimweseza akalulu kano ebadde umbrella.
Kiki ekituufu ekikuwanguza akalulu kano naddala nga NRM erudde nga tewangula kifo ng'ekyo kiki kyolowooza ekyennyini?
Obukozi bwange ndi mukyala mukozi kyensooka okwogerako ti ndi mukyala mukozi ate ategeera Kampala mubaddemu era mumanyi Kampala mukoleddemu era munazaalibwa Kampala sibadde sisoose ku bukulembeze buno bwokka nali mbaddeko wa LC3 nali mbaddeko wa LC1 nali mbaddeko wa LC5 kati kino si kipya kyendimu bannakampala bantestingako ne balaba biki byensobola okukola nze muntu agamba nti si yawula mu bakyala mu bavubuka ne mu bantu aba bulijjo oba okulootya oba wakulootya sifaayo oba oli wa ddiini kyera sifaayo so nze nsuubira nti bannakampala kwe basende baga nti nedda omukyalo naye hard working nze ndi hands on ebigambo nyiza okuba nga siina bingi nnyo naye ng'ate nsobola okuba nga ndi practical so ensonga lwaki bannakampala bannesimbaga nti katumuwaka ki akalulu kaffe era nga mbeebaza pata abantu bayinza okugaa nti pata NRM tebajagala pata NRM abantu bajagala era baagala omuntu omukozi omukyalo omukozi nga nze singa tebampadde babadde bafiiriddwa obukozi bwange so nsaba bantu banneesige banteekemu bagambye akalulu si kange akalulu kaabwe era nsuubira nti kino kyengenda okukola si kyange kyabwe singa tebabadde bo saali baddewo so nsaba nera neebaza chairman owa NRM Meya Uhuru neebaza NRM secretariat neebaza gavumenti ya Uganda neebaza ne bakakuyege bange bonna including my family dewamu okulaba nga tukola ekintu kino bannakampala mikwano gyange bonna bakoze ekisoboka kyonna n'amaanyi ga Katonda ge tukozesezza okulaba nti tusobola okuwangula ekintu nga kino.
Ebibuuzo bibiri byokulonda twandiyagadde okuwulira ku ekyo naye ate engeri gy'oli minisita wa Kampala nga kati ofuuse mubaka alindiridde okulayira ensonga ezikwate ku basuubuzi eziganye ng'okyali minisita ensonga z'emyala n'ebirala ogenda bikola otya?
Kansooke ku nsonga y'eggaali nze saakozeseza ku ggaali n'emu ate n'omuntu gwoga nti wa ggaali aba mulonzi era kyensuubira nti alinayo bwobulu teyabukozese yali bufunye singa teyakozesaamu magezi maki malala sikiwa nti yali badde abufunye nze obwange obuli bwabadde bwalaali benjogera ali bwabadde bwa mazima nga buli mu straight line abantu balonze naye alina we yampangudde nange nina we nakoze eki we namuwangudde so bazze bagattagatta kubanga akalulu ne bwakusinza kamu abakoze eki abakuwangudde temwabadde mu ggaali yonna kalulu kabadde peaceful nnyo kyensuubira ti akalulu akabaddewo jjo tekabeerangawokko mu Kampala kuba saalabyeko kintu na kimu kigamba nti kyekino tewali gwe bakubye tewali gwe bakoze batya naye ng'omuntu manyi bwe kuwangula munaku era ogamba bankoze bati banzibye bakoze batya n'obulu yafunye bungi nnyo mazima nga sirimbye yafunye bungi nnyo zinabadde mmanyi tayinza kufuna obulungi 5,000.
Yesterday, the reports were flying all over the place that the mother had passed away, but by end of day, yesterday, the report was that she is still alive, but critically sick. She's under critical condition. So it's quite a tough time in regards to emotions.
We pray for him. Then Dr. Bedi Wanika, he's also out, defeated. Medad Segona. Now, we are talking of members of parliament who have been very vocal, very prominent.
Very articulate.
Very articulate in the 11th house.
That is Busiro East.
Busiro East. Now we go to Sechikubo. General Shande did not spare him.
Remiaga County.
Remiaga County. He's gone. He's been there for the last 25 years in that constituency. He's no more. He won't see the 12th parliament.
And of course, Sechikubo reminds you of the so-called, in quotes, rogue MPs, like, as you would call them under the NRM party.
The rebel ones.
The rebel MPs. That means you also talk about Barnabas Tinkasemere.
Now we have also Asumani Basalirwa. Now Asumani Basalirwa, even he was the only member of parliament for his political party.
Jema.
That is it.
Jema in the house. We have Aida Nantaba.
Aida Nantaba is also out. I wonder if, I know she had a stiff competition between her and, is it the niece of Kalangwa? So I'm yet to find out or get the facts that if Kalangwa's niece actually beat her to it.
Then moving on, you have Odongoto.
Yes.
Tulabieko. Geoffrey Ekanya. You come to Rutamaguzi.
Rutamaguzi is also out.
Semakula, that is Nakaseke.
Nakaseke, yes.
Now, when you look at Rutamaguzi, he also joins the other group of very articulate, very composed members of parliament that have gone. We have Aisha Kabanda. She was
That
not
is
another
Butambala.
She was not another district of Kampala. In NRM, very strong, then close to Nup,
yes.
made it, but now she's also gone. Barnabas Tinkasemere, like you have said. Also, there are Barnabas and Sechikubo, you can tie them in the same bag. Now, you also, I think...
Is Joyce Bagala coming back?
No,
Joyce Bagala is not coming back.
Geoffrey
Rutaya,
Geoffrey
not coming back.
Gone. But of course, there are those, like I was looking at those that have been very, very vocal.
Yes.
Joyce Bagala, to some extent, Geoffrey Rutaya does not fit within this group.
The vocal group, yes.
Vocal group. It's like when you talk about this one that Dr. Hilderman, what is his
Dr. Hilderman.
Hilary Chiaga.
Yes, they have been in parliament, the likes of him, Geoffrey Rutaya, but there are different breeds. From
Kaziwe Bashir, that is the...
Those are different. Now, Kaziwe Bashir, to be honest, he's been in parliament but almost absent.
Yes, and even the former manager of this musician,
Kayemba Solo.
Kayemba Solo also out. It's in that category.
Many of the people who came, I don't want to, but 2021 brought in a lot. Because of what they termed then as the wave. 2026, when you look at the outcomes, I think the wave has not done much in terms of parliamentary. Because if it was the wave, there is no way Mwanga Chivumbi, vice chairperson, would go. If it was the wave, there is no way Rutamaguzi Semakula would go. If it was the wave, Aisha Kabanda, you know? If it was the wave of in this stage, she's called Namuga something.
Namuga Gorete, Mawogola South.
Yeah, there's no way she would go, you know, because these are.
She's been vocal, by the way, even in media stations.
And within the party that had the majority in parliament in 2016. Now, when we look at some parties, are you aware Ant has fronted a candidate this time? PPF has also fronted about to. So 12th parliament is going to be, I want to say, with this breed of people gone, maybe the likes of Gerard Karuhanga coming up.
Coming back, yes.
Because Gerard Karuhanga matches the breed we are talking about that has gone in terms of parliament. But also was disturbed Ugandans. When we look at 230,897 invalid votes, how do you tell me that these people, 230,897, went to the polls and didn't know what to do? How do you leave home, take breakfast, you know, go line, and then you reach this huge number, then you reach the Benson and you don't know. Because there's a difference between a spoiled and an invalid vote.
Now, invalid also counts for what exactly Ugandans understood for invalid. Because as I was following what was transpiring in Zimbabwe, thanks to Ivan Kahwa, there was that moment when the vote counting had started, and there was a ballot. There was a ballot that had a tick against their candidate, but unfortunately, that tick just went outside
the box
of the box, not into any other candidate's features, but just outside of the boundary.
The line,
yes.
Okay.
So there was a conversation and a question of was this ballot invalid or valid? But ideally, it was evident that this person had ticked against their candidate, except that it went past the line of the boundary. And that's it. It never went to interrupt any other candidate.
Now.
And they ended up counting it as an invalid vote.
Now, two things that come out clearly that sometimes cause the confusion. First, the Electoral Commission is clear that the tick must be within the box of your candidate. The tick must be within the box of your candidate. Not outside, even if the boxes are here and you don't tick, well, I don't know how I'm going to demonstrate, but let me try. These are boxes and are boxes. Now, you go in that box, but you tick out, not inside the box. But it's clear that you wanted to tick part of that box. One would say the intention is clear. We can know who he wanted. Because at first there was a confusion. That's why the Electoral Commission came up and said, inside. Because they are saying as long as the intention, like Julie, where I would say as long as we can see who this person intended to vote for, we should count that. But that was causing confusion because one would say even a tick that begins in one's box and then stretches into the other, at least you can see that this first tick was in Chirabo's box. So they left the intention and went to strictly the box.
So the exception to the rule was ruled out ideally.
Yes, it has to be in the box. And I think it's was watching. Also, there's another thing. I was watching some local TV station. There was a shamefully, I'm sorry to say, there was a member of parliament who had participated in an election. Then there was a senior journalist, I would say, but they couldn't differentiate between what we call a spoilt vote and an invalid vote.
A spoilt vote and an invalid vote.
Can you?
Of course you can.
Differentiate a spoilt vote and an invalid vote.
Because a spoilt vote is a vote, for example, someone has ticked more than 2 candidates.
Or makes a mistake.
Or draws something or makes a mistake. And an invalid vote could be someone ticked below the candidate.
Or crossed.
Or crossed. So it can't be differentiated. Unless if you say a spoilt ballot paper and an invalid vote. That could be so obvious.
Interesting. Now,
but of course, it all zeroes down to
that is the thing I told you.
It all zeroes down to the Electoral Commission. Maybe next time they can amend their laws, and maybe for the kind of illiterate Ugandans, they can make provisions for something like that if it is within the candidate's demarcated area. But
indeed, and
that is was causing confusion because if we look at intention. That would mean even if someone ticked, these are the boxes, let me try to do it here. These are the boxes. And now I tick like this. They will say the intention is obvious. He was ticking this candidate.
But unfortunately, the intention was ruled out.
So that's why they said, if it is not within here.
No, I think that wouldn't really add because
now I definitely look forward to when we can have Mr. Paul Bukenya to just clarify and teach us on these things. But one of the comments from different observers, election observers, was the fact that voter education was still lacking. And it's a recommendation that has been given to the Electoral Commission that as they plan for the next election cycle, voter education and civic education must be a point of emphasis. Now, the Saturday Monitor is out already. And of course, the headline there is vote count, Big Falls surprise comebacks. And looking at the big losses, some of which Chirabo has made mention of, but those are the big losses that have been part of Parliament and now have been defeated. But the big losses altogether that the Saturday Monitor looks at, Betty Amongi for Lira City Woman MP. Therein is Beatrice Anywa Mama Mabira for Kitgum Municipality, Henry Oriem Okello for Kitgum Chima East, and Joyce Morikuka Duchu also defeated as Moyo woman MP. Agnes Nandutu Bududa woman, and as now for Agnes Nandutu's story, one would wonder why. First time in Parliament, never enjoyed her reign.
She said she was baptized with fire.
First time as a minister.
As a member of Parliament, even. Both, yes, member of Parliament.
To be a minister, her joy lasted shortly, I would say.
Yeah, her reign has been shortly.
She said she was
She goes into the primaries, she is defeated. Generally, she has, gone out altogether. Of course, Matthias Mpuka there, Nyendo Mukungwe and Mwanga Chivumbi for Butambala County. And the big wins that we are looking at, it would surprise you in case you have not been following, but the Honorable Norbert Mao is coming back to Parliament representing Larope Division, and Judith Nabakoba there also coming back. Henry Tumkunde is coming back for Rukunjiri Municipality, and in there is Molly Kamukama Karo woman MP, and Elioda Tumwesije Shema North coming back. Elasa, this is Elasa Serunjoji for Butambala County. That's a big win there, and Gerard Karuhanga for Ntungamo Municipality. That is an update from the daily, Saturday Monitor. But also Museveni opens up big lead, and polls beginning of new school term postponed due to the polls. Yes, here in the Saturday Monitor, beginning of new school term has been postponed. Want to know the detail of that? Get yourself a copy of the Saturday Monitor. And of course, let me just see what the Lizard has to say. The Lizard says, time for premium tiers. Taiwan.
Premium Pro.
Vote count, big falls, surprise comebacks. Indeed, time for...
The rich also cry, the incumbents.
Remember that song?
Yeah,
it was a Nigerian movie.
Really? It was a Nigerian? I've not watched it, I think.
The rich also cry.
So this time, the incumbents. And,
because you couldn't be in Parliament when you're poor.
In the famous sense.
First, 2021, getting to Parliament, you had to inject a lot of money. 2026, I'm told you had even to inject more
money.
So it was the rich one.
Someone was giving just a bit of a picture, painting a picture of what injections you had to have had in order to go through this campaign. 500 million. Your 500 million settled there.
How did Zambale then make it?
I think
a journalist.
and of course, Robert, he's so lucky. He's so lucky because
if we're talking about having 500 million.
So you're sure he doesn't have the 500?
I'm not saying he doesn't, but I'm just saying.
We know our work.
And just right.
Are we paid less?
Anyways, a reminder, colleagues, a reminder that at 9 a.m. Justice Simon Biabakama will be coming back to give us the 6th provisional results from the Electoral Commission, and that's where we'll definitely be getting an update. Now, by 5 p.m. today,
hopefully
will be by 5 p.m. strictly. By the time it's 5 p.m., you will know who your next president is.
That is if we have.
But indeed, that is if we have 50 plus 1% vote.
But you see that not happening according to what we are seeing
already.
If you look at about how many polling stations have come in?
41,177 polling stations so far. That is at 81.15%.
So the remaining 20-something.
I mean, as we speak, the lead, the one in the lead, and that is candidate Museveni, is at 73.72%. So
in my opinion, I don't see this likely to change. If you look at the difference between the one in the lead and the one following.
And the
so
polling
it's also
stations.
possible. It's also very possible that at 9 a.m. when Justice Simon Biabakama comes to give us that update, it could be the final results. Because the statement is by the time it clocks 5 p.m. you will already know. You will have known.
So it could be 2, it could be 9, it could be 11, it could be
whatever time he appears.
We should, our ears should be wide.
But for me, as a person who tried to study some statistics, when you look at how statistics are moving, how information is coming in, you look at how many polling stations have been covered, the percentages, you look at the differences so far.
You can't tell.
Unless it rains soda.
And now looking at some of the percentages, and I guess you'll be able to interpret this for us, Robert. Bulira Frank, by yesterday at the 5th provisional results, he was at 0.42% with 39,488 of valid votes. Robert Kasibante was at 28,080, and that is at 0.30%. Robert Chagulanyi was at 2,105,921, bringing him to 22.66%. Mabirizi, aka Mabrizi, as back in the day, Mabirizi was at 18,847, bringing him to a percentage of 0.20%. Muntu, candidate Muntu, was at 49,259, bringing him to 0.53%. And Munyagwa was at 25,480, bringing him to 0.27%. Candidate Nandala was at 175,331, bringing him to a percentage of 1.89%. And the candidate Yoweri Museveni was at 6,851,406 votes, bringing him to a percentage of 73.72%. Now that is as far as their percentages stand. And if you're looking at the percentages, it's interesting that candidate Museveni at 73.72%, and candidate Muntu at, it's at 0.53. I'd seen it as 53%.
Oh, wow.
Yes, that's why I was trying to get the math.
Also don't forget a percentage of polling stations. What have we received so far in terms of percentages?
81.15%.
Now you have 81.1%.
15%. Yes.
Now, percentages are out of 100.
Of course.
Right.
Now, if you look at 100, if in case of percentage, and you've received 81%, results that have come in.
Let's consider the leading,
I want to come to that. I want to come to that. That's what I'm telling you. Now, that means if you've so far received 81, let's even leave the percentage of the points that fall in one.
You know, the rounding
that
off.
Means if it's out of 100, 81% of the polling stations, they have been tallied, they have been confirmed by the Electoral Commission, and we have had their results. Now that means what is remaining, that's why Julie said that even by 9, he may come and announce, because what is remaining is so little in terms of percentages. But now when you go to the 81%, 0.15 that have come in, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the NRM candidate, has 73.72%. Now that means when you come to his next, because I want to go to those that have 0.00.
We can consider the first three. That is Museveni, Chagulanyi, and Mafabi.
I won't even go to Mafabi. Reason being, when we look at the differences in percentages, this person has 73.72%.
Out of the 81?
Out of the 81% of the polling stations of votes that have come in. Now, the next has 22.66%. It is very hard for you in terms of percentage to move from 22, maybe to make it to
that is
70.
A whole 51 something.
Percentage.
The difference.
It is very hard. If it is almost next to impossible.
With the remaining stations.
Because you can't tell me that with this percentage, the man has already had from 81 polling stations. It is not very possible. It's not very possible. Even if you are to look at the number of votes, you may find that Chagulanyi is still in 1 point something, 1 M point
1
something.
million. Right.
And Yoweri Kaguta Museveni is in 6 million point something. So how are you going, when you look at this, we've not yet gotten the final results. It is the Electoral Commission that has the mandate and the powers.
Of course, these are just our views.
Preliminary results already indicate how are you going to shift from 1 million and you get about 5 million votes, so that maybe the NRM candidate fails to get the 50 plus 1, so that we have maybe a rerun. How are you going to do that with the remaining polling stations?
Almost impossible. Almost impossible.
One of my friends, Ruben, likes saying it can't rain soda. But of course, we still wait and see
what the Electoral Commission.
Indeed. Now it's 5 minutes to 7 a.m. here in Uganda, Standard East African Time. In case there's whatever way you're watching us, which is because we are in the
whatever
dark.
way.
Whichever way. I am surprised that for some reason Ugandans will tell you that I was on X, I was on social media and I saw this and you're thinking, how?
Yeah, but I've seen that mostly the people in the diaspora.
Shocked. Not even diaspora. I've seen some, are they called bloggers?
Bloggers, yeah.
Bloggers,
yeah.
The likes of Kasuku. When you use the ways that are available legally today, you find they're live and they're working. How did these guys?
What other legal ways exist?
I personally don't know
that
how to access
UCC has
internet.
not,
has not given
We are in the dark as Ugandans.
How are they? How come the online? When you go in some WhatsApp groups and use what we have here, you find that some people.
And when you ask them, how are you accessing, they don't mention it.
Exactly.
They're just
That means
putting
it's
laughing
illegal.
emojis.
But let's look at some more names of those who lost and won, and just to hear the views of each one of you. Of course, we've talked about Zambali Blasio Mukasa, who won Nansana on the Noop ticket. Rashande won Remiyaga on the NRN ticket. Dixon Kateshumbwa won Shema.
Wow.
One of the highlights or memories I have of Dixon Kateshumbwa, as commonly called as Katesh, is during the 2020-2021. He trended on the internet because of having bought undergarments for women in his area, and it made such rounds as to how he would think of all issues affecting a human being in his area. Undergarments would be on the table. But well, he made it to Parliament and he has come back for another 5 years. Of course, Kaducho, as we've mentioned, she's out. Dr. Acheng winning Lira district. Ivan Cheyune.
First weight, Dr. Cheng.
Yes,
that is Lira.
That was a very winning Lira city.
Yes.
That was another hot. I remember when the president was campaigning in that area, he was asked to intervene.
Yes,
by the Speaker of Parliament.
By the Speaker of Parliament, between the two ministers, Dr. Jane Ruth Acheng and the Minister Betty Amongi, Gender, Labour and Social Development. Now,
and they're both cabinet ministers.
Yeah, and I think the president said, let the will of the people be. It has been a hotly contested area, and of course there are so much of counter accusations. But Dr. Jane Ruth Acheng retains the seat. Retains the seat because Honorable Betty Amongi had crossed
from another,
from Oyam and came to this. She was Jane Ruth Acheng was the NRM candidate, official NRM candidate. She was, the other was UPC.
Of course, she is.
She is actually. UPC. And maybe people still believe that UPC, you know, there are some areas where they are still being that UPC is strong. Indeed, when I look at the list of MPs so far,
has one candidate.
Has one candidate now, and yet we thought that the Northern by then, but NRM has swept Northern Uganda so much, and I think UPC is dying out.
Actually, no, UPC has two candidates so far.
And I'm looking at the shift from Oyam. Betty Amongi was the Oyam South MP.
Yes.
Why didn't she remain in that constituency? Because she was the current MP there. So I think it would have made more sense if she decided to come as a candidate still for Oyam South. But I think when she moved, when she moved to Lira, she financed the rehabilitation of a certain road. I think that gave her confidence. Maybe the residents.
And they did have a stiff competition.
And of course, the Lira City Division that then halted all private constructions and rehabilitations of roads, because they banned actually of all such politicians that are carrying out such works, because I think they noticed it would come to unfair political blame.
Wasn't it quite obvious though?
Even standards. Because if you're doing something privately, how are we sure that you're working according to the standards?
And it's by law, by the way. By law, as a private investor, you're not allowed to. Yes, it's by law, really. But speaking of which, just to put a katiao on who won, who lost, so far by the morning, at least so far what we have as numbers of representation in Parliament, NRM so far has 188 candidates already in Parliament. And independent, we have 38 members of Parliament already ready to represent in the 12th August House. Noop has 22 members. That is, it means independent is winning. Noop so far. FDC has 9 members of Parliament representing. DP has 5 of them. Of course, this includes Honorable Norbert Mao. UPC has 2 members so far. PFF has 2 members so far, and ANT has 1 member so far. As by this early morning, of course, as the day goes by, because Kampala, not all divisions have been mentioned, so we still have hopes of these numbers going up for each party.
You know what is interesting here?
Yes.
PFF.
Having representation.
Having representation. That's a new political party.
Indeed.
But a political party that has candidates who have been in the political scene. But I don't think it's quite, you know.
No, when we look at registration,
yeah,
it is a new political party.
It is.
It is a new political party.
It's less than a year.
Look at it as
is it a year already?
No, not yet.
Not yet.
I think
not
PFF,
yet. Because remember they had issues of colors, then this. So PFF, that is the Katonga best. I think they have done good to have 2 members of parliament, one would say. Then also ANT, I think this is their first time to present a member of parliament, though I stand to be corrected.
No, ANT had, I think, last time there was
before 2021. It must have been actually Gerald, who the one who has come back.
No.
ANT had, I think it was a lady, if I'm not mistaken. My mind is not being correct.
Well, I'm going to cross-check that, but I stand to be corrected. It looks to me like it's another party that is fronting. Now, all these are going to benefit from some monies that are given to political parties that have members in parliament and are also part of IPOD.
Right.
Now, this is money. Asumani Basaliwa was one for his political party.
And it was a one-man army.
But he got, I think, he didn't get less than 500 million. So remember, there is that money. If you have a member of parliament, parties that are represented in the parliament,
there's that money that comes.
They get that good money, depending on numbers. So yes, there is something there for you. And of course,
why are you making it about money, Robert?
That is the truth. But you know, one of the things that
asked why there was a political party that had refused. There was a political party that refused to join IPOD.
Yes, of course.
Yes.
Now I want to show you the power of money in politics. Now there came a time and we changed our law. Said if you're not a member of IPOD,
you cannot get the
cannot get that money. I want to tell you, I saw a political party typing, asking, requesting to be included.
And asking for feedback.
So money is very vital in politics because one, you have a lot of work that you need to do.
Indeed.
And it requires money. And Ugandans are not usually very generous. If you see them in a church that they are not willing to give, then how much are they willing to give in political parties?
Now,
some even later come out and announce, I used to give money.
Jerry, I'm looking at the number of independents and the number of opposition MPs. The fact that the current opposition party that has the lead of opposition had over 59-60 MPs, and already the independents are 38. And if the FDC has 9, DP has 5, and the rest 2 to 1. I'm wondering how it is going to be when it comes to the number of independents in the House.
This is something I was actually, I even posed to Robert yesterday, and I beg that you would reiterate it for one who missed that conversation. But usually the leader of opposition, of course, comes from the biggest number of opposition members.
Party.
Yes, against the ruling party. Now, what if, just what if, this time round in the 12th August House, we do have the number of independents more than those on the opposition side. What exactly happens? And I love that you painted the picture of the multi-party, the movement system that was at that time versus the multi-party system that we have this time round. But I wonder what it will look like in case it's what it is as.
Now, very interesting is the leader of opposition comes from the opposition party that has the majority of members in parliament. Now, the independents are not opposition. They're not opposition. The framers of our constitution, leave alone the drama that has come along the way. When they were looking at independence, they knew and believed that much as we have gone in multi-party dispensation, or when we go into multi-party dispensation, they knew that there will be Ugandans who will not want to belong to any political party. And indeed, I want to believe there are those Ugandans that for them, they don't want to belong to any political party. They are still inclined in the movement system. They simply don't want, but they want to take positions of leadership. So that's why they say that the ruling party will sit on this other side to differentiate that this is the ruling party. Then those in the opposition also have their sitting area. Then the independents will be in the middle to signify. For us, we are either NRM, we are neither NRM, we are neither opposition. Now, today what we call independents actually are not the real independents that the framers were looking at. Because today you have independents that align and confess political parties.
That are leaning or affiliated.
Leaning, affiliated, and are registered members.
Of certain parties.
Of certain political parties. This number, 38, we have those that we know are NUP.
Of course, and NRM.
We have those that we know are NRM. And even when they reach in parliament, you find these people are loyal to NRM.
Their parties, yeah.
They are loyal to National Unity Platform. They are loyal to whatever political party they come from.
That is what I wanted to talk about, Julie. Do you think they're going to be...
In terms of discussions and deliberations, I want to tell you very few of these will stand. You're going to see if there's anything that requires the opposition to boycott. You see them in sync with opposition. If there's anything that requires NRM, or they are passing a bill, and you see them in bed with NRM. And NRM previously used to do this thing, that if you're their member, if you're an independent, and of course they know, maybe you felt cheated, maybe the primaries weren't fair to you. Now, when you passed through as a member of parliament, they used to sign what they call memorandum of understanding with you. When you get to parliament, you sign a memorandum of understanding. Now, that memorandum of understanding binds you to concur with the decisions and the sides of NRM. Nope. Earlier had said that Secretary General Louis Rubongoya, unfortunately, is not going to be in parliament because he was defeated. A party Secretary General was defeated. But what is going to happen is, for him, he said that for National Unity Platform, if you stand as an independent, you cease to be a member of NUP. You have to go through a rigorous process to be accepted again as a member of NUP. But when I see the outcomes of this election,
it's imperative that even the independent who are leaning
may tempt NUP
to accept its members.
To recall.
That is what I was telling Julie. I wanted to tell you about that. Of course, he has mentioned because I wanted us to...
Because the situation, you know, some laws are not... Laws can be changed. We've seen amendments. Maybe there's a time you get to and think beyond and say, you know why? Now we can no longer hold this.
And if you say that, I'm reminded of the speech, the victory speech that the one who won Busiro, is it East, where Medad was defeated? And that is now the Honorable Magola. Yes, I watched his victory speech, and he said that this win is for Magola, it's for Matthias Walukaga, and it's for NUP, my party, to be represented. So ideally, you can't tell me that you can tell someone of that stature that because you went in as an independent...
even first said, I'm happy I've won, but I'm not yet 100% happy because I don't know the results of my president, Magola, in his speech, rightly showing I came as an independent, but I'm NUP, it is open. I'm going to be loyal to National Unity Platform. I'm even waiting for the result of my president. Now, for me, I find that hard to come out and say that, yes, these are independents.
Indeed.
That, yes.
So now here is something, things for us to discuss, as you can see on the screen, parliamentary results. Looking at status check. Now, James Kaberuka, winner under an NRM party for Kinkizi West in Kanungu. And NRM General Emmanuel Rashande, Remiaga County, and still the NRM.
That's my OB. Yes, it is my OB.
It's very well, very well. Very pleased to know.
Actually, we used, I think before he graduated, we used to sit in the same hall for some of the exams.
Interesting.
Yeah.
What a wow. Henry Musasizi Rubanda East, representing the NRM party now for Kanungu. I can imagine one of our power men here on set, Godwin, must be excited, representing Kanungu there for the NRM party. Let's see what other members whose status we are checking. Majagere. Honorable Robina Nabanja for Kakumiro District, and still Chris Bariomusi. For some reason, we thought Honorable Chris Bariomusi was defeated. at the primaries. For the longest time, I thought he was defeated and was on independent ticket. But there he is, representing the NRM party for Kinkizi County East. And of course, Moses Mayanja.
That's a surprise.
Not a surprise anyways. Not a surprise because 2021 he contested, though not for MP, but contested for LC5 chairperson Wakiso. And he was defeated. But his campaign is ruthless. He goes all in. He does not spare any space. And his win this time has not surprised me, given that
of course, for
the fact that it is an opposition.
In Busiro North, that has been predominantly opposition. I think that's where the surprise comes.
Perhaps so. That is what I was talking about.
He did a lot of work, and I want to congratulate him because people who are breaking, not because it's NRM, but people who are breaking some of these areas that we normally thought either it was NRM and now you see an opposition take up, if it, that are changing history.
Exactly.
Right.
So he's one of the people who have changed history.
And he's also,
especially Busiro North.
That he comes out as an NRM.
Right. And he's also, by the way, he also won.
Mr. Kabanda.
Mr. Kabanda,
yes,
that's quite a yes.
Mr. Kabanda, I think on Kampala Central.
But I think for me, even with their campaigns, for this gentleman, Mayanja, his campaign, he goes all in. Last time he was defeated because of the wave, but he is so detailed that he even reaches your contact number, asking for that vote on your phone, on your mobile phone, for as long as he knows that you are under Wakiso. And even for this time round, as Busiro North, I still was not surprised. He won, obviously, NRM chairperson in the SEC. He's representing that side as the NRM chairperson. But let's move on to other NRM reps. Lule Eric for Chiboga West, a winner there representing the NRM. Jen Ruth Acheng, Lira City Woman MP. And Gerald Karuhanga coming through as an independent. I actually thought he was coming as aunt.
No.
And he's the one I thought was aunt previously, before 2021, but anyways, I thought he was under aunt. But he comes through. He was FDC.
He was FDC. He was FDC.
Yes. FDC. From university, he entered politics.
Right.
He was FDC and now he is.
And of course, when you talk about Chiboga, there is also the Honorable Minister Lilian Abba. That is Chiboga.
She also won that. I believe we'll see her on the list there. Let's move on to other candidates.
Before we move on,
yes. Before we move on,
we're looking at big shots, vocal people that have left Parliament.
Right.
But I think here comes in Gerard Karuhanga. He's one of those we believe are going to be a replacement. Who are articulate, very vocal, and all that.
I hope he's not alone, though. You know, when it's a team of
combined
vocal.
If you look at those in the opposition, that may be betting numbers also could be. But of course, when you talk about the likes of who have left the Mpuga, the Mwanga,
yes,
Lutamaguzi, Semaku.
It depends on in what context he is. Betty Numbers is very vocal in. I wouldn't want to say. No. Exactly. I don't want to use the word propaganda, but for lack of a better word. But when it comes to legislation, pure legislation, scrutinizing the Attorney General's report, Auditor General's report.
Maybe in case Joel Senyonyi makes it back, of course he'll be with Karuhanga there in speech.
I hope Jonathan Odori is back.
Right. Looking at Jim Muwezi, that is Rujumbura County under the NRM ticket, and Betty Namboze Bachireke coming through for NUP, and of course Mukono Municipality, and on independent leaning towards NUP. Emmanuel Magola.
From FDC to NUP to independent.
Magola was in FDC.
FDC, yes.
Oh, interesting. He now comes through as independent, and from his victory speech, is really ready to put up the manifesto that NUP holds as the Busiro East member of Parliament. Let's see other members of Parliament that are now ready to serve in the 12th August House. Bruce Balaba, Rwanda West under the NRM ticket. And still under the NRM ticket, we have Evelyn Ninsima, woman MP Rwanda. And still NRM winner, Mole Kamukama, Kazo, woman MP. I think she has served as a presidential advisor. Yes, she has served as a presidential advisor. And they're in NRM for you. Looking at other members who are serving in the 12th August House. Lydia Wanyoto
finally
defeating Galiwango.
Why is excited?
She has really,
He's a person who posted a number of times, both radio and TV.
Okay.
And she has tried.
Yeah, she has really fought for that position.
For that position.
Yes.
Really?
Finally, she's come through.
Oh, yeah, I wonder how the brother is doing.
Yes, yes.
In northern
division.
Yes.
Yes, indeed. But Lydia Wanyoto defeats Galiwango there. Galiwango was only independent, but NRM leaning. And Lydia Wanyoto here was the flag bearer.
She's done much for the party. She's very vocal for the party, passionate about the party.
And beautiful.
And finally, she's made it to
and
parliament.
a passionate politician. A passionate politician.
She's a person who call at any time to speak about issues of her party, and she'll be here. Either 5 in the morning or whatever time Lydia Wanyoto will be.
No disappointment.
No,
I'm coming. You see now I cannot. Okay.
More NRM cadres that are making it to the 12th August House. Ismail Lubega, Kakuto County. Is
replacing Geoffrey Lutaya?
I'm not so sure, but
Kakuto
Geoffrey Lutaya. Yes,
it's Geoffrey Lutaya.
He's actually replacing Geoffrey Lutaya.
NRM takes over Lutaya was Noop.
Yes, Lutaya was Noop. Or is Noop, yes. In Parliament. Yes. Minsa Kabanda, Hajat Minsa Kabanda comes through. NRM direct MP, Kampala Central.
Replacing
very few women.
Sereko Muhammad, who was an independent.
When you look at parliaments that have come in, the 11th, the 10th, very few ladies come on direct.
Direct MP, yes.
Now, when you see a woman winning a constituency, a direct seat, there are not very many. Actually, the 11th parliament, we had over 500 members of parliament, but you can't find 100 who are women who came on direct seat. There are less than 50 who came on direct seat. So, Miss Sakabanda, she makes two.
She's a woman of steel.
Yeah,
the number of candidates who are in that race.
On independent and also Kampala Central that had for some time wasn't so grip on the hands of NRM in terms of members of parliament.
Indeed, looking at more, and allow me start from my right side, which is your left side, you the viewer, in the name of women who have served this country. Amelia Chambade comes back to Mawokota North after having been swept away by the wave. In the last election, she put up another fight this time round, and she defeated Hillary Chiaga. Keep in mind, by the way, just to for you to keep in mind, so far by morning.
Soybeans, somebody else is buying my soybeans. So it is in my interest that the buyer of my soybean is peaceful, so that I earn. That is the kind of relationship we are preaching in Uganda. And it has worked up so well, to the extent that when government was doing rationalization of agents, I don't know whether you recall, that you could see the debate in Uganda moving sub-region by sub-region, where sub-regions are protecting products. To me, that was lovely. And I challenge my people of the north that Buganda is speaking about coffee and matoke, Toro is speaking about tea, Ankole is speaking about dairy products, Busoga is speaking about sugarcane. What are we speaking about in the north? From Teso up to West Nile, what do we have for the market? We have advantage of cereal production. We need to improve our cereal production. And so this is about leadership. What can the leaders do? Lango sub-region, for example, is like the hub of cereal processing. But what is West Nile bringing on board? What is Karamoja bringing on board? What is Teso bringing on board? Yes, fruit factory, fruit farming and all that in Teso, but we need to improve them, to boost them. And so when we start zoning this country into product lines, you'll see how beautiful Uganda will be.
Right Honorable, thank you very much. It's always a pleasure having you. That was the Right Honorable Richard Tudong, the Secretary General of the National Resistance Movement, especially giving his flowers on what their master plan has produced, especially with the results that are going to be announced in a few minutes by the chairperson of the Electoral Commission. In a short while, he'll be joining us here to give us the last session for tonight about the results, so we'll be leaving it to that.
Right, thank you very much, Timothy Nyangweso, for that conversation and some of the highlights that the Right Honorable Richard Tudong put up there. One, he talked about the fact that Museveni was the right brand to represent the NRM party in this electoral cycle. He reminds me of Honorable Mike Sebalu, who also talked about the importance of brand presentation and representation
and
for
actually
parties.
they emphasized that it's the party that requested Yoweri Kaguta Museveni to be their candidate.
Right.
The party requested him because they saw that within NRM
He was the befitting brand.
Yes.
Yes. And he also did talk about the fact that in his view and perspective, elections were majorly smooth. It was a smooth flow of elections. Of course, there are pockets here and there of, he recognized that, which I think is a good thing on the side of the NRM, but he made mention of the fact that elections were smooth. And he talked about the usual noise, and I'd love to get your perspective first, Joan, before I come to Robert. He talked about the usual perspective we have of Kampala. It's not NRM, it's typically opposition. And he explained that first and foremost, we need to recognize that Kampala pulls many people from different parts of the country to get jobs, for different reasons, as a way of growth in life. And many of them, of course, after getting whatever they get, they tend to go back to their homes and then come back for work. Like that. And he recognized that Kampala has a problem of social pressures, which they now plan in this next term to focus on solving the problems of the social pressures that bring many people into Kampala. Now, those many people that come due to social pressures are the people that make you think that Kampala has a lot of people that do not support the NRM party, yet in actual sense, these people eventually leave town and leave the actual people who vote to stay in town, and the numbers will still tell you otherwise. What do you think of that perspective?
Of course, he's very right. He used the word a magnet. Kampala is a magnet. You know, a magnet attracts a lot of things. But according to the manifesto of the NRM candidate, flag bearer, that is Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, for this specific election, he mainly focused. The focus areas included consolidating peace and security, accelerating wealth creation and job opportunities through agriculture, industrialization, ICT, and services, as well as other developments like in the energy sector, in transport. I happened to be one of the people who went and tried to evaluate the effectiveness of PDM in Mutongo and Luzira. And Mutongo is one of the wards with so many people in Kampala. Kampala has over 4.5 million people. And I really noticed a change, an improvement in the livelihoods of people because under the NPD4, there is improving livelihoods from subsistence economy to a commercialized economy by the NRM government. And this, I think, has attributed to what we are seeing right now as the results compared to other candidates from other political parties. And of course, the results, as he said, they are waiting for the declaration of the results from the Electoral Commission, especially from Kampala, the 5 divisions that make up Kampala for the MPs and also from the presidential candidates, because it's really a big one. But from what he said, I completely agree, and I do concur with him. Previously, people did not really understand maybe the NPD4 or what the government, the NRM government, was trying to do in a bid to improve our livelihoods. And I was talking to someone as they were saying, you know, people in the villages really support NRM. And I'm like, it is because these people have immensely benefited from the projects of the government. And for us, the town dwellers, we have benefited, but at times we do not want to admit. I've seen a lady who, I'm forgetting the name, but she was in Moto, Luzira actually, and what the PDM has done for her. And I doubted she would not vote for the NRM. Yeah, so it has done a tremendous job in improving livelihoods of people, and maybe it accounts to what we are seeing now from the results, election results with the MPs and also the presidential candidate.
All right, so Robert, let's get your 2 cents on that. The population pressures, rather the social pressures that indeed attract Kampala, becoming a magnet of Kampala that attracts many people due to social pressures, a lie that could seem like the numbers of those that don't support the NRM party are less. What do you have to say to speak into that statement?
Well, I want to first note that when you follow election partners, not only here
Robert,
in Uganda,
just a second to interject here. I said NPD, but it's supposed to be NDP, National Development
Which
Plan.
is actually NDP 3.
Yeah,
Because
3
then
and 4.
it's,
3
yeah.
and 4. So I think because of NPD somewhere, National Prayer Day, and then National Development Plan, my mind.
okay, that's why I looked at and I was like, lady, note this. Now, coming back to what Julie asked, when we look at the pattern of elections globally, urban centers are predominantly opposition. When you look at people who reside, and it comes back to what the Honorable has explained, because people come from other parts and concentrate here. Now, when they concentrate here, you find that they have so much needs. And for Uganda, it's worse, reason being that a big population of the country are youth. Now, these are people who are at the age of struggling to establish themselves. Now, if services are not satisfactory, they may find it very hard to vote for the government in power, for the party in power. Because for some countries where maybe the percentage is a bit older, that means they have, with age, they have been able to do quite a number of things and amass wealth. So it is what Honorable Richard Odonga has said, and I believe the shift, like my counterpart said here, is because of the different initiatives that NRM has done under the leadership of President Yoweri Museveni. The youth livelihood, we have the youth empowerment scheme, we have skilling, the skilling of the girl child, the boy child. Now look at a situation where these young men and women are trained in practical skills. They are given machinery, and away from machinery, they're even given money. I remember just after UBC, and next to us is a training center for the girl child. These young girls are
Skilling the Girl Child Initiative.
Yes, initiative. Then even after, they're given 1 million as startup capital. They are given various initiatives. Now, it could be very hard for that girl, if in the right senses, for that youth, not to vote for NRM. I think NRM has identified the challenge, they have worked on it, and they are still working on it.
And when you look at the progress report for 2025-2026, as they were launching their manifesto there in Munyonyo, the report indicates that by 2024, actually, the completion of these projects, it was at 86% before we headed for the...
Profound at that indeed. And now at 8 a.m., we'll be having a conversation with the Global Peace Ambassador, that is Milton Kambura. He'll be definitely having this conversation with Robert Jarabonyonyintono to talk about peace after elections. And before 8, we'll spare some time to pay homage to the late Honorable Geraldine Namirembe Bitamazire. But as we begin to close this conversation of what Honorable Richard Todwong talked about with Timothy, let's talk about the campaign message. This time round, protecting the gains. And he made mention of the fact that for every rally that the president, the incumbent, the candidate, pardon me, let me use the right
We understand,
English,
we understand, yes.
For every rally that the candidate Museveni held to campaign, he made sure that he spoke only of the gains. He gave a report. He was just giving a report. And if you look at the campaign slogans that have been thus far in the former election cycles, looking at, we can start from as near as 2011. 2011 was prosperity for all. And 2016 was steady progress, taking Uganda to modernity through job creation and inclusive development. 2021, do I remember what 2021 had? 2021, I think I forget what 2021 had. But coming to 2025, 26, it's protecting the gains. What do you think of the slogan, the theme that has carried on and has been a center of conversation for NRM's campaigns?
First, I want to say it was well thought of, because for the last 40 years, of course, there is so much that has been achieved. Not to say there are not challenges, but there is so much that has been achieved. When you look at what our budgets, how the budget has been improving in terms of ability for domestic funding. We are not yet there yet, but at least you see the improvements. When you look at the road network, no doubt when you look at the peace, we are now exporters of peace. You know, not importers, but exporters of peace. When you look at how many children are dying before the age of 5, how many mothers were dying, when you look at how many mothers now give birth under supervision or hands of a medical. So there is so much now. You need to tell the people that much as there is much that has not yet been done, but we need to protect what we've achieved so far. Because if you don't protect what we've achieved, then you won't achieve more because you'll be losing what you've achieved. That's why when you talk about protecting the gains, protect the peace. When you come out and burn tires and destroy that road, when you throw stones at infrastructure that has been developed. I saw one, God save me the word I was going to use, thank you, who was trying to disorganize cameras, traffic lights, you know. At the end of the day,
you're the taxpayer.
You're the taxpayer, and money will be spent to have that in place. So
and then you complain about government expenditure.
Then you complain about government expenditure. Yet at the end of the day, money that would be used to do other things. So I think it was worth it, and to many who understood it. Of course, we had those who were questioning which gains.
Whose gains?
Oh, whose gains? I
Whose
asked
gains?
one.
I know, right?
Whose
gains?
I asked one. By the time we were growing up, please don't take offense, I'm giving this as an example. There were very many people who were crippled because of polio. Brother Rator and people who have been around knew this. You would walk, polio, 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 polio. Today, as we speak, you get this vaccine for free. Actually, one of the problems in managing success that many who would have died are now alive because of government's initiative for free vaccination. So that is already a gain, one would say. So if you can't see the gains that were protected, maybe look at yourself. Maybe you will be deformed or have an issue somewhere. But because of these gains, so you protect those as well. So I think it was well thought of.
Right.
But also the fact that President Museveni's campaigns were slightly unique. As the NRM candidate, most of our brothers and sisters in the opposition, their campaign was so much on pointing what hasn't been done and criticizing the government in power. Not telling people what they are going to do.
What the alternative is.
Or what they are going to do. You would see one gets abusing, Vavo artillery, you know those things. Yet this man gets there and takes you back in history. What this country was, what has been achieved so far, and what is going to do in case you find him as your favorite candidate. Now, the messages, for you're telling me Judy's bad, look at how she's dressed, Robert is a short man, now you see he wants this, that. Now this one is coming and telling me, no, when you give me your vote, I'll do this for you, I'll do this for you. So that, I think that also really made things different.
Very profound. Now I wonder why, if Robert being a short man was a statement that we had to chew on, but let's move on to paying homage to the late Honorable Namirembe Bitamazire. I would love to believe that the three of us here at least have been educated Mumulembe Gwa Bita and Bukenya at that, you know, where we've done education cycles under the Right Honorable Honorable Namirembe Bitamazire as the Minister of Education. Now, just a fact file, she was born on July 17th, 1941, and graduated with a diploma in education from Makerere University in 1964. She was a very ambitious woman, never married immediately after university, but rather concentrated on building her career. And Bitamazire later graduated with a Bachelor of Arts in 1967, a certificate in education and administration in 1971, and later got herself a master's degree in education in 1987. Eventually, she got married at 31 and had 7 children and continued to build her career. And professionally, she served as Director of East African Railways and Harbors from 1971 to 1973, taught at and served as head teacher of Tororo Girls School from 1971 to 1974. And as a teacher, Bitamazire taught girls about their rights as women and gave them practical lessons on how to survive in a patriarchal world. When she left Tororo Girls, Bitamazire served as the Senior Education Officer at the Ministry 1974 to 1979 before becoming the Education Minister between 1979 and 1980. Then thereafter appointed Deputy Chairperson of the Teaching Service Commission from 1981 to 1996 before bouncing back into active politics as the Minister of State for Primary Education in 1999. Bitamazire also served as Mpigi District Woman MP from 2001 to 2011, and in July 2013 was appointed as Chancellor of the Uganda Management Institute, UMI, by President Museveni, a position she held until 2021. What a stature of service.
Actually, we remember when we mentioned many of the women that have inspired young girls in this country to join politics, to pursue their career. You talk about the likes of Geraldine Namilembe Bitamazire, one of the women that I remember when we were in school, when young girls were being told to study very hard, to stay focused. And so she's one of the ladies, the icon ladies we can talk about in this country that have empowered the girl child through their struggle, through their actions. And young girls, many women looked up to Bitamazire because they would mention, be successful, a young girl can be useful. Look at Bitamazire.
You can marry and have a career.
Yeah, she's in the area of the likes of Rebecca Kadaga, the women that look up to, Maggie Chigozi, Bitamazire. Those ladies that during the girl, of course now the girl child has reached some levels where you have so many now women in key places, but by those days they weren't so many.
Hard, yes.
It wasn't so many. So the likes of Bitamazire, away from what she gave to this country, the field of education, and wherever she worked, she was an icon,
indeed,
an inspiration for many.
John, in just a minute or two, what are your words of homage?
I think she played a vital role in the introduction of UPE. She was very vocal, which has helped a lot of Ugandans and also curb illiterate levels that up to now, UPE is just advancing. It's not having a setback. So with the girl child, Robert has mentioned it, because when you look at especially Zawandera Kazibwe, they're in the same league almost. And I think it is really a pity that we've lost her, but her legacy lives on, because UP is still here and it's not going anywhere.
She has served well.
Yeah.
Well, may you rest in peace, Honorable Namilembe Bitamazire. Clearly, many of us have gone through your generation and have been empowered by you as a woman, and a woman who is empowered for other generations, for a better Uganda, for God and my country. Now, up next is Robert Chirabo Nyonyintono, indeed with Milton Kambura, to talk about peace, especially after this election cycle. Uganda must stay anyways, right? Good morning.
Today, Ugandans will have known the final results by the Electoral Commission will be out. Of course, as more results of members of parliament who have won are coming in, and we'll be giving you that as results come in. But many are so far jubilating, and of course, many are now wondering. Now, when I reached, how can I direct this? You come from Entebbe Road. You go through Machin, that is Katwe police station, and you have to reach around Chicken Tonight. There's a petrol station there, Shell, and of course that is around the barracks. So I found a roadblock. I was stopped, and of course at such a time heavy presence, and when I was stopped I was told to turn back. I introduced myself, I gave them my my workplace ID, and they let me through. Again, as I was coming to the end of Machindi, I found another roadblock. And again, I was stopped. I told them, well, I'm so and so, this is my national ID, and they allowed me to pass through. But of course, shortly after that, I met some border young boys, about 300 or 400, like, oh, yonga iseo, tujaisa ochifuba, bichi. You know, so, and one told them, na yomani. But you see, I had to even reduce the speed. Because I was like, these guys may, in case they make how steady am I to go through this? So security played a very, you see, it was a roadblock, it was restricted, but at least you would see that they were very humble, very calm, asking, who are you? Remember, for us bikers, there are those jackets we put on, helmets and all that. You may be a scare to someone, but at least you would see that. Please identify yourself and pass through. At such a time, how should security agencies handle the situation? I know you're not an expert, but at least you can speak on this as well.
You are talking to a former commander in Middle East, so I know what I'm talking about. In chaotic times. And so I really wish that the CDF and the IGP continue to actually take control of the situation in the country, because Ugandans are peaceful. I've started with it. Ugandans are peaceful. They don't need to be provoked, to be seen as if they are enemies, or maybe they are going to do this. No, Ugandans have loved this nation for 40 years, and you have seen it. And so those roadblocks can be there possibly for reducing any possible situations. The intelligence can say, hey, those young people in this community, or maybe in front there could be something boiling up. And the next 5 years, it could really turn chaotic. Or there could be an installation, a government installation or security installation, which they do not want that maybe you pass through that road. So it's very good that our Ugandans respect the security procedures. If they say stop, stop. You are not, so if you provoke security and you just run, they will say you're a terrorist and possibly you're carrying a bomb. So the situation is really very tricky. Do not, and I repeat it, those who are listening to this television, do not provoke security by being like show that you're in a hurry, that you cannot introduce yourself. Introduce yourself. It's actually good for your safety, because maybe in the next junction, maybe there could be Al-Shabaab. Maybe there could be somebody at night who broke into people's cars and they are trying. Maybe there is a suspect. And so keep calm. Keep calm as usual. Ugandans respect leaders. To show you that Ugandans respect leaders, look at how Museveni has actually neutralized the use of the presidency. And now people call him Jaja. Can you imagine? Have you seen the title called judge in the Constitution? It's actually ridiculous. Some people out there say, but how do you, but it is culture. These Ugandans are cultured. And that's why all over the world, they say Ugandans are loving people. They have the best reception in the whole world. So you, the police officers, also on your side, know that Ugandans are different people from all over the world. They love, they listen, they respect, they are humble. So why would you from a broken family, some of those guys come from broken families, and so you are stopping somebody's trying to